Sunday the 5th of April 2026 for some marks a day of Easter celebration, but more importantly for us thrill seekers and petrol heads, it marks the return of the Motorsport Ireland National Karting Championships for 2026. Welcome folks to Kiltorcan Raceway, live here on Vantage Point Video on both YouTube and Facebook. It is event number 1 of the IAME and Rotax season here in Ireland. Rotax, of course, did race a couple of weeks ago in Nuts Corner, but they raced south of the border for the first time alongside their IAME counterparts. We are currently just finishing qualifying for our IAME championships, IAME X30 Cadets, IAME X30 Junior, and IAME X30 Senior, and we will have the racing action coming up live here for you folks on YouTube and Facebook at just after 10 o'clock. We cannot wait to get started, and it is going to be a fantastic day. The sun is bursting through the clouds here in County Kilkenny, and let's get this season underway. So folks, it is race time now here in Kiltorcan for the opening round of the Motorsport Ireland National Kart Championships. First up, we will have our Rotax runners, more specifically the Rotax Micro Max class, our youngest of the bunch in action here today. It'll be a 6 minute plus 1 lap heat, and then we will run through a full circulation of classes before the lunch break. Today's event, of course, organised by the Carrick Unsure Motor Club. And a big thanks to all the volunteers and officials working hard today. But the grid for your opening race: Ollie McKiernan starts on pole position alongside Cooper Devant on the front row. Then it'll be Mason Monaghan starting in third, Ollie Williamson in fourth, Rian Spratt in fifth position ahead of Noah Cassells, Ben Daly, Dawson Jones, Robbie Lyons and Alex Murray to round out the top 10. But keep an eye on the O-plate runner of Harry Lee, no doubtably the pace setter in this class coming into this season, racing for Oran Henry Racing. He was third in the championship last season and won in Adventure Park Cork, picking up that O-plate. Won the IGP as well at Nuts Corner, so keep an eye on Harry Lee. But they're coming through the final corners now, folks, and this is what all the off-season hard work has been waiting for: the run to the tram lines, and hopefully we get going green first time round. And we're off and away in towards the first corner, and it is a good start from Ollie McKiernan, but they're all tangled up and there's a little bit of a car park. All back going again. Yellow flags are out, but we are racing. It is your race leader miles out in front now due to that tangle at the first corner. Harry Lee already up to third. Started outside the top 10, folks, already pushing for second position, and the Dubliner is on a charge here early on in Kiltorcan. Just behind him is Ben Daly of Cork. But McKiernan is off and away at the front. Down in through the hairpins, yellow flags are out, and we've had it waved off, so we will go again. About as good a start as you could expect, really. But we've had it waved off, so scrap that. Now we have gone to red. Not too sure the drivers actually knew it was waved off. Still, we're pushing. So we'll try that again, folks, here for the Rotax Micro Maxes. So it's looking like the grid will be stopped just after the triple left-hander, giving a little bit of a talking to. So now Ollie Williamson finds himself in the front row alongside Ollie McKiernan, the two Ollies. The grid a tad bit shuffled up. Mason Monaghan still in third. Unfortunately for Harry Lee, has to go all the way to the back again, but given the way he cut through, there we go, we're back all good. That's Cooper Devant, who is heading up to the front in the number 155 machine. So that's Ollie McKiernan, you can just see in the blue cart with the green helmet, and then Cooper Devant beside him in the blue cart and white helmet. There on the second row, number 153, Mason Monaghan, looking like Knight Rider in the turquoise cart and black helmet, and then alongside him is Ollie Williamson of Portadown, who is in the blue cart with the orange helmet with grey and blue specks through it. That's Johnny Wappa, you can see, giving them a little bit of a talking to, making sure the grid is all good. Clerk off the course here today. He's Rotax Micro Maxes, one of many Rotax classes, racing for some fabulous Rotax prizes. There's a Mojo tyre raffle each event, which I'm sure will take place during the lunch break. vouchers for first to third in the final of every event, and of course those illustrious grand final tickets that everyone wants to win for the Rotax Grand Finals. Winner of our Junior Max class will get to test a Mini Cooper around Mondello Park with thanks to Murray Motorsport, and the winner of the Senior Maxes will get to test a Seat Super Copa. Ruben Kernahan getting to test that last season, and Rory Armstrong getting to test the Mini. Rory Armstrong was thinking of racing Minis full-time based off that test, but haven't been speaking to him recently. And it's a massive €75,000 prize pool being put up by Rotax Karting Ireland and Murray Motorsport. So a bit of a shaky start to proceedings here in Kiltorcan. If you're just joining us, the Micro Maxes did get underway for a lap, but it was waved off without any of the drivers knowing. So they're just getting a little bit of a chat from our clerk of the course, Johnny, before heading back around the lap to start the race once again. We'll run you through the grid, folks. Ollie McKiernan on the pole, Cooper Devant, Mason Monaghan, Ollie Williamson, Rian Spratt, Noah Cassels, Ben Daly, Dawson Jones, Robbie Lyons and Alex Murray in 10th position. But O-Plate runner and the favourite, dare I say, for this championship, Harry Thai Lee, starting down the back, but got a cracking start in the initial race start. So McKiernan will have the inside down towards turn number 1. Devant on the outside. It's a very tricky turn number 1 here at Kiltorcan. Thankfully, these drivers can go at it in dry, slick conditions, where if you're in the rain, if there's even a droplet of rain, that first corner becomes very, very tricky and difficult. So let's hope for a little bit better this time round. They're being told to slow by the marshals, and McKiernan now entering the tram lines and all four wheels inside, and it looks like we're going to be as good as golden here down towards the start finish line. There was an early break from the 163 and a little bit of a jump start potentially, or the 153 I should say, Mason Monaghan, but they're all safely through for the most part. It is still Ollie McKiernan who's in the race lead, and then Monaghan now following through in second position, Cooper Devant remaining in third. Harry Thai had his troubles at the start but has got back up a position and is now ahead of the number 123 of Ben Nicholson. But still, McKiernan in the race lead. A former Comer Might Ian Bambino racer. IAME Bambino racer, I should say. Took part in Super 1 as well. This is his first championship in Micro Max racing, and I tell you what, it started about as good as you would want. So, Mason Monaghan pressuring them though as they come through the final corner to complete the opening lap of green flag running, and we will remain green this time round, and it is still Ollie McKiernan in the race lead. No move in towards the first corner. Ben Daly finds himself in third. Then it is Cooper Devant in fourth, Ollie Williamson, Rian Spratt, Robbie Lyons, Michael Darcy, Ben Nicholson, Dawson Jones, Harry Thai Lee, Alex Murray and Noah Cassels to round out the order. So Harry Thai Lee used up his better start and the one that was waved off. Now looking to cut through the field. He's pressuring Dawson Jones. The 143, and there was a lovely move down the inside by Thai Lee. Bit of a separation in the pack now, as you can see, between the front five runners and the rest. So that's Rian Spratt, I believe, who is leading it, son of Sean, who runs Spratt Racing Team. But a great start for Ollie McKiernan, still charging out in front. 4 minutes plus a lap to go here in this one. Mason Monaghan still finds himself in second. They all remain as they were up the front in the top five. Michael Darcy has managed to get past Robbie Lyons. So there's already a warning flag showing. That is for Mason Monaghan, likely for that jump start. They're battling for second here. This is Ben Daly and Mason Monaghan, and Ben Daly's able to find a way through there for second. So that is Ben Daly in that Daly Motorsports car. His dad runs the team, of course, who is up to second position, and Mason Monaghan will find himself in third and under a little bit of pressure from Cooper Devant. Lee still struggling towards the back here. He's battling with Alex Murray. hour behind the pace of the race leaders. Ollie McKiernan, fastest lap of the race, 55.7. Looking like none of the other front runners are in the 55, so this is the ultimate way to take advantage of your pole position. You can see the Micro Max is cycling through the hairpin now in towards the triple left-hander. You can get this flat in a rental. Not too sure about a Micro Max. Leading novice in this field, and only novice in this field, Michael Darcy. It was a great performance in Nuts Corner from Michael Darcy. He came home 4th in the final, behind Tylee, McKiernan and Daly. So Michael Darcy, one to watch here. McKiernan extends the gap that little bit more. It was 1.8 the last time round, as now Mason Monaghan finds himself under pressure from Cooper Devant, and Devant goes down the inside in towards the first corner. Lovely move there by Cooper, and he is now up onto the podium placings for the first time in this race, and Mason Monaghan is under pressure from Robbie Lyons as well. Robbie, the younger brother of last year's Micro Max champion Corey Lyons, who has graduated up to Mini Max for this year, but Corey was absolutely excellent, and I think the battles between himself, Harry Tylee and Jaden McElhenney will live long in the memory. This really was an excellent Micro Max class, and because of how excellent it was, that's why the grid has grown significantly for 2026. But Ollie McKiernan still leads, minute and a half on the clock, 1 lap plus that afterwards. Ben Daly hunting him down in second position. Fastest lap of the race for Ben Daly. So he's starting to turn a screw as the Cork man. Was 7th in the championship last year, had 4 6th places. He's already beaten that this year with the podium in Nuts Corner in round number 1 of this All-Ireland Rotax Max Challenge. There's your race leader McKiernan sweeping in through that left-hander and piling on the brakes for the right, using all the curb on the inside. That's one thing about those curbing runoffs here at Kiltorcan. You can use them. And as a matter of fact, you'd probably be quite silly not to. We're looking at a battle at the back here. This is... Sorry, not at the back. That's Mason Monaghan in 4th, who is under pressure from Ollie Williamson by the looks of things. Now Ollie Williamson might try the outside line into the first corner. No, wasn't quite close enough, so he'll stay behind. So this will be the second final lap here of the opening heat of Micro Maxes in 2026, and it has been Ollie McKiernan dominant side by side in the battle between Monaghan and Williamson here, and Ollie Williamson has pulled off a corker. That is a beautiful move from Ollie in the number 1, 2, 4 from Portadown. 6th in the championship last season was Ollie Williamson. Finished 6th in the opening round in Nuts Corner. That's a good way to go about improving things. Running a very different line to Mason Monaghan. Look, seems to be working. Last lap for our race leader, other Ollie McKiernan, up the front in this one. Ben Daly still in second, still as they were, bar that Ollie Williamson and Mason Monaghan change. But it's fairly bunched up between Michael Darcy, Robbie Lyons and Harry Tylee in the battle for 5th position. And you wouldn't be too surprised to see a Lyons and a Tylee work together here again, just like it was last season, to try and get past young Michael Darcy. In through the double left-handers they go, but more importantly up the front we have Ollie McKiernan, who is driving this one home to the finish. Mason Monaghan still trying to put Williamson under a bit of pressure. And here is this battle now between Michael Darcy, Robbie Lyons and Harry Tylee. But Ollie McKiernan comes home to take the checker. Absolute excellent performance from Ollie. Second place will be Ben Daly. Cooper Devant will come home in 3rd, and Robbie Lyons and Harry Tylee all elbows out towards the line, and it is going to go in the way of Robbie Lyons rather than Harry Tylee. So your full running order after that one, it is Ollie McKiernan, your race winner, Ben Daly in second. Cooper Devant is in third ahead of Ollie Williamson. Mason Monaghan in fourth. Mason Monaghan in fifth, apologies. Then it is Michael Darcy, Robbie Lyons, Harry Tyley, Dawson Jones, Rian Spratt, Alex Murray, Ben Nicholson, and Noel Casselves rounding out the order. And that is our first race done of today's event. We'll have Mini Maxes coming up next, folks, for another 6 minute plus 1 lap heat. And a very competitive Mini Max grid this season. One of the biggest grids we actually have today. We have those who were fighting at the front of Mini Max last season, joined by our front runners from Micro Max last season, Barafai Lee. So Mini Max coming up very shortly, folks. Rotax Mini Max up now for their first heat of the day, and pole position for this one is number 244, Jude Devant. Jude was 5th in the championship last season, will be looking for a good start. Corey Lyons on the grid as second, Danny Murphy third, Oren Hendry in fourth, then Jaden McElhenney in fifth, then Lalu in 6th position. Billy Green starts 7th. Ethan Robinson will start in 8th. Evan McClaughry, younger brother of Ben, who you will recognise from Junior Maxes, starts in 9th. Jack Miller in 10th. Isaac Ford starts from 11th, ahead of Hugh Richardson in 12th. Then it will be Mitchell Campton in 13th. Freddie Turkington 14th. Ollie Meredith will start 15th, ahead of Connor Keown. Alex O'Neill, Lily May McGuckin down the back. Here we go then, folks, towards the line. It is off the line well in towards the first corner, and Jude Devant leads Corey Lyons, but Lyons looking for it round the outside. Actually think it was our third place man, Danny Murphy, who might have been looking for that one there. Seems like Corey's dropped down the order a little bit. They all pile their way on through. Some backing off, taking the cautious approach, like Ollie Meredith. Others piling on and looking for some spaces gained, although Ollie's had a good race start here. In towards the left-hander for the first time. Still side by side around the back. They file on single file through the chicane up towards a couple of hairpins where overtaking is very much possible. So through the back part of the lap and down towards turn number 1. It is Danny Murphy who's in the race lead, so he did go through at that first corner. Jude Devant in second, then it is Jaden McElhenney, followed by Corey Lyons, two names who are once again battling and scrapping, but Devant is under pressure from Lyons here, making his Southern Mini Max debut as Corey. Of course, they raced in this class up in Nuts Corner. 7th Corey Lyons was on that day, but there was a little bit of a shoulder of the third place man, Jude Devant, and now Corey Lyons and Jaden McElhenney are involved in this one as well, and they're still side by side through the chicane up towards the hairpin. Oh, there's lunges coming in from absolutely everywhere. Ethan Robinson, Ollie Meredith looking to get involved here as well, and oh, they're free wide entering in towards the hairpin, and now down towards the start finish straight. Look at this, there's hip checks and elbows everywhere down towards turn number 1. Who's going to come out on top of it? It will be Jude Devant, who leads Jack Miller and Corey Lyons, and Ben Lalu and Ollie Meredith involved in this one as well. Devant, I think, has been taken by Miller, so Devant now down to 4th. Or is that? That's 2-1-2. That's Miller, who is out in 4th position, and then Jude Devant behind. Front 2 haven't a clue what's going on behind them here, but it is all sorts of scrapping and carnage. That's what we love to see from these Mini Max races. Alex Riley, champion of this class last season. Ollie Meredith just losing out narrowly, so you feel he'll be looking to take a championship, and he went about the right way. In Nutt's corner with the race win. Is our move down the inside here? No, very defensive from Devant on Meredith, and Meredith has got ahead of Corey Lyons now. Turn 3 Motorsports man lunge on Corey from Ethan Robinson, and Robinson has managed to dispatch Corey Lyons now. The vice champion is up and after Jude Devant. Not able to find a way through just yet. Oh, there's someone gone off and hops across the gravel, saves it very nicely indeed. Ollie Meredith almost went as well, but both held on to it, and a bit of a scary moment with 2.5 minutes to go here in this race. Lyons is pushing, or Robinson I should say, is pushing Meredith in towards the first corner, and Jude Devant has had to go the long way about it, and Ollie Meredith has found a way through, so has Ethan Robinson, so those two are now being left to their own devices and will be able to scrap for 4th position here in this race. It was Ben Lalu, I think, who pulled off the miraculous save a few corners ago. Jaden McElhenney is on it here and is starting to chase after Danny Murphy at the front of this one, so the battle for the win is certainly not decided. You can just see them there going through the second of the 2 hairpins on your picture shot, folks. So Danny Murphy and Jaden McElhenney both still in a fight, and now down towards the first corner they come, and Danny Murphy has to go all defensive, and Jaden McElhenney is looking to sell him a dream. He's on the inside now, but boxed off lovely by Danny Murphy. And now McElhenney looking for it round the outside through the triple right-hander, and now he's got on the inside of Danny Murphy, but Murphy still perseveres. He's a minute and 15 plus 1 lap to hold off here, so 2 more trips round Kilkenny's finest raceway, and a little bit wide by Danny Murphy, but nothing that will cause him to lose too much time. Excellent racing between these two up the front. That's Jaden McElhenney behind in 2.77. So fastest lap's being put in. 51.4 of McElhenney, and beaten by Ollie Meredith in 4th. Current running order: McElhenney, Murphy, Miller, Meredith, Robinson, Devant, Lyons, Lalu, Ford, Keown, your top 10. McElhenney, as we mentioned in Micro last season, 2nd in the championship, 1 win, 4 podiums and an IRL plate to boast. Raced the British Kart Championships as well, of course, and there was some months last season where your race leader here was literally in that go-kart more than his own bedroom, out on the track at any possible opportunity. And it really has paid its dividends for the Manor Cunningham man, because you can see the talent he possesses, and Danny Murphy is all over the track trying to keep with him. Now fight for 3rd, Meredith and Miller, and that is Ollie Meredith who does lead that battle. So Ollie able to get past Jack Miller here, and Jack Miller looking for the outside, not able to find it. Behind them is Ethan Robinson, and Robinson looking for this one too, but once again not able to find it, and Ollie Meredith just hooks the wheel, gets it turned in. And now Ethan Robinson swipes his way through as well into the hairpin, so Ethan Robinson is up and ahead. And now, for the final corner, comes Jaden McElhenney to take the checker. And it is a heat win for McElhenney to start the day here at Kiltorcan. Ollie Meredith will just come home in third. And what an excellent performance that was from Jaden. Danny Murphy in second, Ollie Meredith in third, Jude Devant in fourth, Ethan Robinson, then Lalu, Corey Lyons, Isaac Ford, Jack Miller, Conor Keown, Freddie Turkington, Billy Green, Mitchell Campson, and there's Oren Hendry, and Hugh Richardson, Lily Mae McGuckin, and a no start unfortunately for Evan McCloughery. Brothers on pole later on in Junior Max, but it was disappointing for the younger of the two. But Jaden McElhenney takes the first win of Mini Maxes. Feeling from the final today, this could be a very competitive class. Because Ollie was right up there as well. Fastest lap of the race went to Ethan Robinson too, so there's 4 or 5 of them who could be in contention. Junior Maxes coming up next. Now it is the first race of the Rotax Junior Max season. And Pierre Carnet will start on pole position, the Frenchman. There was another one who did nothing but race go-karts in 2025. Admittedly not a bad lifestyle to live, but seeing the family beneficial as well. Jesse Ray McCauley will line up in second. Liam O'Hagan in third, and it is Wesley Brereton ahead of Charlie Condy and Ben O'Keefe in sixth, making the jump from Tillotson to Rotax. TJ McKay in seventh, Ethan Barnwell in eighth, Mitchell Elliott in ninth, and it is Zach Battersby ahead of Nathan Hennessy and Zach McHugh. So a smaller but ultra competitive Rotax Junior Max grid. They come towards the line and Carnet gets a good launch at a second place man, Macaulay, and Pierre Carnet will lead into the first corner and he shoves Macaulay out wide, and that allows Liam O'Hagan to try and get the up and under on the pair of them. Brereton involved in there as well, and Charlie Condy is in contention too. Charlie Condy won the IRL plate race. They're side by side for second and third, and now Jesse Ray McCauley able to get a little bit of revenge. Charlie Condy. That's an excellent start. He's already up to second position, and now he's looking for first. Down the inside goes Charlie Condy. Beautiful move from 3:07, and he's into the race lead very early on here on Kiltorcan after starting from the third row of the grid. About as good a start to a Rotax race as you could expect for Charlie Condy in the Junior Maxes. He's fifth in Nutt's corner. And now Carnet is under pressure from Macaulay in towards turn number 1. Number 3, 4, 6 got the move done on the inside, but Pierre Carnet able to defend successfully and get back in front. Fourth place Brereton, TJ McKay in fifth. Then it is Ben O'Keefe. Then it's Macaulay down in seventh, so that was O'Hagan, actually, apologies, who was going for the second place, not Macaulay. Battersby, Elliott, Hennessy, Barnwell, McHugh. Your current running order here in Kiltorcan. So Charlie Conley off and away at the front. Here Carnet chasing in hot pursuit, and then it is Liam O'Hagan in third. Still Brereton in fourth, so top four as they were. Not much changes on that lap, the second lap of proceedings. As they all cycle their way in through the hairpin. This is not all she wrote for Charlie Condy. Pierre Carnet is putting in good times and keeping up with Condy, despite Condy getting the move done very early on. You would have expected him to just whip away the Galway man. Didn't race in the full championship last season, but did win the IRL plate race as a guest, of course. That was kind of a theme of the IRL plate race day. Raced 2 years in Bambinos, 2 in Cadets, and this is his second in Junior Max, so you'd expect the graduation to Senior Max next year, just following the trends. But Charlie Condy, I imagine, going to see how this championship goes. This race, though, he is being put under a lot of pressure by Carnet, and Carnet is having one of his better drives here in Rotax. Did different type of kart seasons last season, did different type of kart races on the same day on some occasions, including BP. Unfortunately, a disappointing end to the day for Carnet. Ended up in the wall, but still, he did do like 8 races that weekend, which is mental to think about. And now here he comes for the race lead, and that is Carnet down the inside. Liam O'Hagan as well involved in this one, and Pierre Carnet is up in front now and leads Junior Maxes with 3.5 minutes plus 1 lap to go. It is Charlie Condy in second, Liam O'Hagan in third, and then Wesley Brereton in fourth. It's a new colours for Wesley Brereton this year. Brereton there in fourth in the orange with the navy race suit, with the sparkling white last season. Wesley Brereton of PBR. And now back down the inside goes Charlie Condy. Lovely move on Pierre Carnet, but Carnet's able to get the switch back. That's the risk of diving into the hairpin. And these top four all fighting their way through down towards the first corner. And here comes Charlie Condy once again, and he leads, exiting turn number 1 on towards the long right-hander. And problems for O'Hagan. Liam O'Hagan has dropped behind both Brereton and TJ McKay. So Liam O'Hagan has had troubles here. And the Belfast man in 3.56 is down to 6th. It's still Charlie Condy at the front of this one. Pierre Carnet trying to run that wide line to get the exit on Condy down towards the first corner, but the slipstream from this last corner all the way down the main straight, providing some magnificent benefits for the trailing kart, and Pierre Carnet not able to get it done this time round, but still on the bumper of Condy in front of him. So it is McKay and O'Keefe who are able to get ahead of Liam O'Hagan, so Ben O'Keefe running a personal best 5th here in Rotax Racing. Won the RMC Golden Helmet race here in Kiltorcan last year. That was in a Tillotson that he won that, in the Tillotson guest class. As Pierre Carnet gets the move done on the inside. And that's another one pulled on Charlie Conti into that hairpin. And now Bruton is hot in the heels here, both in the Sodies. And Bruton looking for this one. TJ McKay is involved as well, and McKay's slightly shorter of the four drivers. Ben O'Keefe, one of the youngest in the field, as well behind, and there goes TJ McKay down the inside on Wesley Bruton, and that's a lovely move by McKay in the number 309 to get the job done. So Carnet, Condy, McKay, Bruton, your top four here. We will have 2 more laps after this one. We're running in the 59s, well, 58 for some. It was Zach Battersby on the last lap who just did a 58.7, which is the quickest time of this race so far. Running quicker than the front runners, but I suppose there is a bit of pushing and shoving going on. That's a lovely little gap that Pierre Carnet has developed for himself. They're all very spaced out all of a sudden. Did a bit of a slide for Carnet, but nothing that he can't handle. Liam O'Hagan is looking to work his way back through the field. He's behind Jesse Ray McCauley. Yeah, it was fastest lap in the last lap for Carnet. That explains the gap. 58.6. 48.6 I should say. His first lap in 48s. We'll have 1 to go this time round, but it's looking good for the Frenchman up the front of this field. And still no move for O'Hagan, who is now battling with one of 3 novices on the field, Zach Battersby. Battersby, number 317. Pierre Carnet, who was 12th in the championship last season, only did 2 full rounds, made appearances and didn't complete the full day. Raced RMC Junior Max, T4 Junior and UKC Junior Max, and all that practice is starting to reap the rewards as he comes home to take heat number 1. Here in the juniors, Charlie Condy second, TJ McKay will end up on the podium with the fastest lap as well. Wesley Bruton, Jesse Ray McCauley, Zach Battersby, Liam O'Hagan, Ben O'Keefe, Mitchell Elliott, Ethan Barnwell, Nathan Hennessy and Sam McHugh will round out the order. Some problems for McHugh there, and that one was a tad bit off the pack. But that is Pierre Carnet who takes the win ahead of Charlie Condy in second, TJ McKay in third, and Wesley Bruton, Jesse Ray McCauley round out the top 5. It will be Senior Max coming up next, folks, but a great win here in Junior for Pierre Carnet. So Rotax Senior Max out on track now, and the difference here is we have both Senior Max and Senior 177 on track at the same time together. Two different races, but both on track at the same time. So something new to get used to here in 2026. Ewan Miller starts on pole in the 162 field. Ruben Kernahan champion alongside him. Mark Quinn in third, Dylan McDermott in fourth. That is a heavy hitter in front two rows. Then it's Joseph McMahon, Sean Cooney, Daniel Kilpatrick, Daniel Spillane, Carter Mooney, Noah Taylor, Ben Connolly, Hugo Coleman, Charlie Gardner, Keith Berg, Lincoln Bevan and Aaron Coogan. I think that's one of the strongest Senior Max 162 fields in this country's history. Sean Spratt on pole in 177, then Porrick Dowdle, Brian Cherry, Mark Shields, Ben McDowell, Dennis Cherry and Anthony O'Connell. Here comes the regular Senior Maxes towards the start-finish line now, and it is Ewan Miller of Oran Henry Racing who leads in towards the first corner. Ruben Kernahan and McDermott looking to follow. And now in the 177s, Sean Spratt is off and away and followed very closely behind. So Ewan Miller has had the race lead stripped off from here by the looks of things, and I think that's Dylan McDermott who's up the front. Sporting some new, no, McDermott in third, so Kernahan up the front, sporting some new overalls in the 401. Ruben Kernahan of Ahoggle, first in the championship last season, as we said, 2 wins, 2 second places, and now Dylan McDermott, his title rival, is looking for it down the inside on Ewan Miller, and he gets it done. Daniel Kilpatrick is up 3 places to 4th as well. Kilpatrick, winner of RMC in Nuts Corner. Sean Spratt leads Mark Shields in the 177 field. Race start is under investigation. Which one, you may ask? I don't have the answer, but I would imagine it was the larger Senior Max 162 field that where the trouble lurks. So Ruben Kernahan leads Dylan McDermott, a familiar tune that is being played here at Kiltorcan. Then it's Ewan Miller and Daniel Kilpatrick, and a big gap behind to the other DMS car of Carter Mooney. Of Charlie Gardner, apologies. Carter Mooney has had a bad lap there for whatever reason. Battle behind now for Carter Mooney between himself, Joseph McMahon and Noah Taylor. Noah Taylor running the brand new Praga Karts chassis in the number 495, and that Praga Kart has just been given a nudge by Joseph McMahon and Keith Burke, who have both found their way past Taylor, and now there's another one past Taylor, and this really wasn't a good time to start talking about Noah Taylor because he's going plummeting down the order here very quickly indeed. So third position changes hands, and Daniel Kilpatrick is past Ewan Miller, and Miller now is down to 4th off pole position. So it is a Hoggles, Ruben Kernahan leading Roscommons. Dylan McDermott at the front of this one. McDermott running the O plate after winning that Cork last year. There's a swap for 7th position as well. Joseph McMahon has just got past Carter Mooney. They're trailing Daniel Spillane in this one and just ahead of Keith Burke. Well, never mind. There goes Burke past Carter Mooney, and that is Keith back up and in front. Winner of this class, of course, gets to test a Seat Super Cup car. Winner of the Junior Maxes gets to test a Mini, but Keith Burke did it the wrong way around, and he actually made his ICC or Junior Mini debut last season. So Burke would trying his hand in all forms of racing. Starting actually got some success from it. Very impressive performances in the MI and TKC championships. It'll be interesting to see if it all comes to fruition here in RMC 2026. Ruben Kernahan, though, miles out in front. Well, 1 second, but that is miles in Senior Max karting. Dylan McDermott in second, Daniel Kilpatrick is in third. In terms of our 177, Sean Spratt leads by 2.4 seconds over Ben McDowell. Sean Spratt from Trim, County Meath, of Spratt Racing. The IGP last year upon his long-awaited return. His son Reen, of course, you would have seen in the Mini Maxes earlier on this morning. But his other child, Layla, also racing go-karts. So 3 of the Spratt households in small four-wheel machinery. Ben Conley of DMS able to get ahead of Aaron Coogan. Aaron Coogan, not just a racer here today, one of the sponsors as well, his IRL Motorsports sim racing simulator company. Unfortunately, he's not having the best of Heat 1 so far, and he's just been boxed in by Ben Connolly and Lincoln Bevan, and Bevan looking to get past Coogan as well in very minor placings. But 1 minute and 30 to go. Ruben Kernahan leads Dylan McDermott. Daniel Kilpatrick is in third. Then it's Ewan Miller, Charlie Gardner, Daniel Spillane. Carter Mooney's up 2 spots on the last lap to get 7. Keith Burke, Joseph McMahon, and Noah Taylor in 10th position. Dylan McDermott under increasing pressure here from Daniel Kilpatrick. Podium in the final in Nutt's Corner was Kilpatrick 1, Kernahan 2, McDermott 3. So I think we know who our pace setters in 2026 Senior Max may be. We're just going by the final in this heat anyways. Daniel Kilpatrick right on the bumper of Dylan McDermott now. Noah Taylor still in a fight here with Joseph McMahon. This is for 8th place. This will be the penultimate lap of action in Kiltorcan. Senior 177, it is still Sean Spratt who's leading. The champion in 177 this year gets the Rotax engine, which is a magnificent prize. Last lap board shown, well, it is an electronic one here in Kiltorcan, but a last lap board nonetheless shown to Ruben Kernahan. Dylan McDermott just about holding on to second ahead of Daniel Kilpatrick. He will be hearing the Senior Max engine in his ears of Daniel Kilpatrick. The engine sound will almost be duplicated for McDermott, but he's experienced at this. He well knows what to do. 6 years racing in the Republic of Ireland, 2nd year racing up north. He's won Junior Max and Senior Max events and a C plate and an O plate, and he is going to be able to defend. But it's Ruben Kernahan's heat number 1, and that is a magnificent performance from him in the 401. Dylan McDermott comes home in 2nd. Daniel Kilpatrick in 3rd, Ewan Miller in 4th, held on from the pole. Charlie Gardner in 5th, Carter Mooney in 6th, Keith Burke in 7th, and Noah Taylor, Joseph McMahon, Ben Conley rounds out the top 10. Aaron Coogan, Daniel Spillane, Sean Cooney, Lincoln Bevan, Hugo Coleman, Mark Quinn, and across the line in Max 177 is Sean Spratt to take the win ahead of Ben McDowell in 2nd position. Anthony O'Connell 3rd in 177 ahead of Mark Shields. Then it's the 2 Cherries, not quite on top. They are 5th and 6th, Dennis and Bryan. And Roy Dowdle not taking the line, unfortunately. So that is your Senior Max race and your Rotax for the time being. It is return of IAME with our IAME Cadets, our X30 Juniors and our X30 Seniors for their first heat. Rotax, of course, will have 3 heats today. IAME had qualifying this morning and we'll have 2 heats, so a slightly different format, but entertaining nonetheless. It'll also be a minute longer to whet your appetite. IAME Cadet time now, first of our IAME Cadet heats, and qualifying this morning in all our IAME classes was a fairly close one, but pole for this race specifically belongs to Jack Harney. There will be Ada O'Brien alongside. Jack Harney, 4th in the 2025 IAME Cadet Championship, 1 win. Where did that win come? Well, came in Kiltorcan Raceway, so that bodes nicely for a good day here for Jack Harney. He podiumed at the T4 Nations Cup in Valencia in 2025, got a podium for Ireland, won a few. As Ada O'Brien alongside, 13th in the championship last season, best result of 7th, but we'll be looking for more as they very slow down towards the tram lines, a lot better behaved than our Rotax alternatives. And in towards turn number 1, it is Jack Harney who leads, Ada O'Brien on the outside. But Ada O'Brien has come out in the race lead, and that is a monstrous start for Ada. Side by side further back, Elliot Greenough, Daniel Crowe fighting nip and tuck. It is O'Brien ahead of Harney at the front of this IAME Cadet field. 7 minutes plus 1 lap for this IAME race. A minute longer than the Rotax Cadet alternative, but these only get 2 heats compared to Rotax getting 3, so a slightly longer format in that respect. Ada O'Brien will be hoping that the race is as short as possible because O'Brien leads it. Harney, Tucker Frayne, Harley Brereton, Matej Dabaja, your top 5. Jack Harney putting O'Brien under some pressure at the front. Jack Harney running the all-black number 617. Joey Waters getting ahead of Nicholas Yodasus. And Ada O'Brien's lost the lead here in towards the chicane and has fallen to third. Both Jack Harney and Tucker Frayne have found their way through, and O'Brien now fighting with Harley Brereton in the Sodi kart. And that is a bit of a mess up for O'Brien, who now has to try and get past Brereton in towards turn number 1. They're side by side, almost a bit of contact between the two, but it is Brereton that comes out on top. Jack Harney leads here in Kiltorcan, Tucker Frayne in second position, Harley Brereton in third, Ada O'Brien, and then Matej Dabaja is in 5th position. Younger brother of X30 Senior race winner, Andre. So 4 minutes and 20 seconds to go. Jack Harney stretches his legs a little bit and pulls the gap out from 3/10 to 5/10, closer to 6. Matej Dabaja getting ahead of Ada O'Brien. So despite that strong start for Ada, falling down the order, and now looking for it back is Ada O'Brien on young Dabaja, but not able to make the move. Sam McCullough and Killian O'Sullivan are the leading 2 novices. They currently run 6th and 7th here in this field. Sam McCullough in number 606, Killian O'Sullivan in 621. Sam, graduating from Bambinos, was second in the TKC Bambino Championship with 2 wins and 3 second places last season. He won the T-Plate in 2024 as well, so progressing into this IAME Cadet Championship with a lot of Bambino experience, and we expect him to do very well here this season. Harley Brereton is in 3rd, defending from Matej Dabaja, but Ada O'Brien has kind of recovered from the brief woes and is within this fight here for 3rd position. Harney and Frayne up front, then Brereton, Dabaja, O'Brien in the battle you're looking at currently on your screen. A big thanks to all you watching along here on Vantage Point Video. Feel free to pop a subscription on the YouTube channel or Facebook page. Totally free to do so. So 2.5 minutes plus a lap, still a long way to go in this. Quite fast lap being put in now, 53.7 from our front pair. And now Ada O'Brien trying to move on Brereton down the inside. That's as clean as you'll get. Matej Dabaja looking to follow through here, but not able to do so, and still just at the back of this train no matter what. Matej Dabaja in the Norris Carey Motorsport machine has raced cadet since 2024, so one of the more experienced in the field. Only did 4 full rounds last season, so not a proper championship clarification to base it off. He was 20, missed out on loads of points that the others were able to take. So it is still Jack Harney in the Knight Rider kart that is in your race lead. That's a bit of lap traffic that he's going past now, not a new race leader. Tucker Frayne is still in second, and Ada O'Brien with the fastest lap in this one, and Ada O'Brien is really starting to gain on the front two. A minute and 10 plus 1 lap to go. That'll be the guts of 3 laps. So Ada O'Brien still with a possibility of winning this opening heat here in the IAME Cadets, but it is one thing to catch, it is another to pass, as Martin Brundle would say. Tucker Frayne has been behind Jack Harney for the whole race and hasn't made any inroads, so what's to say Ada can, but Ada O'Brien is catching these front two. Sam McCullough and Killian O'Sullivan, as they were in 6th and 7th, that's in the fight for the novice field. And I tell you what, all the novices are bunched together here, with a split of Nicholas Odysseus in between. Little mistake from Jack Harney on that lap, seems to have Tucker Frayne closed in on. And Ada O'Brien hoping these two fight and allow the third place runner to catch. It will be the last lap we're heading on to now. Odysseus has been given the meatball flag, so damage on that card. And Jack Harney leads us across the line to start the final lap of this opening heat in IAME Cadets. Tucker Frayne in second, Ada O'Brien in third, and O'Brien is very close to Tucker Frayne, heading through the carousel now down towards the hairpin. Jack Harney forced to go defensive, and Tucker Frayne is doing everything to try win this opening heat. O'Brien as well, who fell down the order, was behind 4th and 5th, now in the fight for the win, and there is mere 10th separating these three on the last lap here at Kiltorcan Raceway. No overtake coming just yet. You feel Tucker Frayne is due to chuck one up the inside any time. Could it be into the final 2 hairpins? We'll wait and see. Little bit far behind, defending from Ada O'Brien, and Jack Harney is going to be as good as gold here through the final couple of corners, and that will be that for the number 617, unless there's a monstrous slipstream behind, but I highly suspect there will be. Ada O'Brien not going to get second either, so as they were in the top 3. Harley Bruton comes home in 4th, Mathieu Dabija in 5th. It will then be Sam McCullough who comes home in 6th position. Killian O'Sullivan 7th, Jack Harper in 8th, ahead of Joey Waters in 9th. Then it will be Daniel Crowe, Nicholas Odysseus, ahead of Elliot Greenough, Will Larkham, Tiernan O'Brien and Teddy Houlihan to see our day. But Teddy 2 laps down. So that's the opening race, the IAME Cadets, and an entertaining one at that, but it is the largest field of the day coming up next, and it is, dare I say, the one we're all waiting for. It is the pandemonium that is IAME Junior X30 coming up next, and go on another cup of tea, folks, because this one could be very entertaining. Now it is our IAME Junior X30s, the largest field here today at the opening event of the Motorsport Ireland National Karting Championships. On pole position, Ben McCloughery by 0.021. Exceptionally close. And Jack McLaughlin. And it is Chad Lehman ahead of Bobby Connolly. Shannon McLaughlin, Danny Dempsey, John Foley Jr., Sophie Campbell, Eric Gilson, Jamie Mulvey, Zach Burke, James Nolan, Joey Carney, Martin Shannon. We've got to run through these last few. Declan Purvis, Ian Carey, Cavan Hayes, Charlie Blair, Mikey Kelly, Jack Murphy, Danny Carroll, Danny Murphy, Liam Buckley. A 23 kart field here at Kiltorcan. Always ends well, folks, trust me. Always ends well. But it is McCloughery and McLaughlin on the front row down towards the tram lines, and Ben McCloughery on the inside. It's a better start for Jack McLaughlin in towards turn number 1, but it is going to be T-Sport's Ben McCloughery who leads, and McLaughlin's actually been taken by Chad Lehman. So Chad Lehman now is up to second position here, and that is a excellent start by the luminous yellow kart in second place, but he's ran a little bit wide, and Jack McLaughlin, winner of the opening TKC round last week in White River Park, is looking to try and get past Bobby Connolly, Shannon McLaughlin. Keep an eye on them in 4th and 5th as well. Will have a part to play in this opening heat. So Ben McCloughery leads down towards the first corner. And it is Chad Lehman, Jack McLaughlin, Bobby Connolly. Good start, John Foley Jr. up 2 positions to 5th. Danny Dempsey remains as he was in 6th position. Ben McCloughery 4th in the championship last season. Raced Rotax as well, was 2nd in the RMC Junior Max Championship. Of course, becomes a little bit more difficult this season, as they're both mostly on the same day. They weren't last season. We have one off, unfortunately, at the back, and it's one of the DMS carts that has gone off. And it's Charlie Blair. So Charlie Blair has gone off heading through the second final corner. So John Foley Jr., Danny Dempsey, both getting ahead of Bobby Connolly. Bobby Connolly falling now down to 6th position in this one, and Bobby Connolly could well fall more, and has fallen more already, I believe. That looks like it's Eric Gilson who has got past Bobby Connolly, and Sophie Campbell now in the second turn 3 Motorsport kart, looking to try and get past. Just under 6 minutes to go in this one. Ben McCloughery leads, but Chad Lehman with the fastest lap in the last lap. It's another 2 spots lost for Bobby Connolly. Confirmation of that. He's lost the places to Sophie Campbell and Eric Gilson, but Campbell has already gone past Gilson as well, so Sophie Campbell is on a bit of a streak here. Both Sophie and Danny, the 2 turn 3 Motorsport karts in this field, advancing from cadets last season. Danny Dempsey won the cadet championship. Sophie Campbell was 3rd with 3 podiums. Both travelling to race in the IAME Warrior Finals in last October, anyways, one of the months. Both racing in the IAME Warrior Finals. Would love to go again, but it's going to be significantly more difficult here to get that guarantee in this Junior X30 field. James Nolan in a bit of trouble, you can see on the penalty and timing screen on track here at Kiltorcan. Gap is closing at the front here. Chad Lehman pulling up a a bit of an effort to try and catch Ben McClory up the front. Chad Lehman from Uri racing for DMS, or did race for DMS at least. I believe he's still with the team. Not running the colours though. 2019 Irish Bambino champ. 2023 Ulster champion as well. And he's won an IGP. Not a bad resume coming into Junior X30s. Putting McClory under a little bit of pressure here, but we know how good Ben McClory is at Kiltorcan. It's by far his best track. Eager eyes watching along the start of the straight wall here. 3 minutes plus 1 lap to go. John Foley Jr. in fourth has just set the fastest lap of the race. And he's trying to hunt down Jack McLaughlin for the final podium spot. Danny Dempsey keeping with those front crew as well, and then it's a melee behind in the mid-pack. Typical Junior X30 mid-pack here. Eric Gilson leads it, Bobby Conley, James Noel and Ian Carey, Sophie Campbell. Sophie dropping back 3 positions in the last lap, so Sophie having some problems. Zach Burke, Declan Purvis, Joey Kearney. Joey Kearney, who was flying in White River last week at TKC, but then had an incident in the final and it really killed his momentum. He's down towards the back here, but had a poor qualifying earlier on this morning as well, which certainly didn't help. You really want to be in the top 10 in qualifying in Junior X30, especially when it's a 23 car field, like, to give yourself the best possible opportunity. And that's what Chad Lehman has done. And you can see him right behind Ben McClory up the front here, and there is going to be a fight for the win amongst the front two. McClory leads it, then it's Lehman, and then third and fourth fighting as well is McLaughlin and Foley. Danny Dempsey doing everything to try and keep up. Danny Dempsey, one of the younger graduates to Junior Max, to X30 Junior. Danny Dempsey did race Mini Max last season in the IRL plate, but no more than that. And we have a yellow. And that is someone gone off in the main straight, so it's not a collision, that is a cart problem, and that's Jack Murphy who's gone off, so disappointing for Murphy. Laban still not quite able to get in front, and Ben McClory doing just enough. We're on the second final lap here. Of this opening heat of X30 Junior. Really good fight for third, McLaughlin and Foley. Not much overtaking, very close racing. Declan Purvis looking to get into the top 10. He has someone's gone wide. Another problem here. It's a third retirement, and it's in the exact same spot that someone went off in the opening lap. A third issue for one of our racers. We will find out who towards the end. A race of attrition, the opening heat of Junior X30. Ben McClory still leading this one, certainly not comfortably, but has a little bit of a gap here to fend off the overtake from Chad Lehman. And rounding for the final corner, Ben McClory looking to start the season as he means to go on, and it'll be a Heat 1 win here in Kiltorcan for McClory. But Chad Lehman, very, very good performance. Coming home in third is going to be John Foley Jr. So he has got ahead of Jack McLaughlin on the very final lap. Oh, it was Danny Dempsey who had to pull it off. Did he? No, he's fallen to 12th as Danny, so had problems. Danny Dempsey was running a comfortable 4th, has come home in 12th position. So 4th and 5th will be McLaughlin and Gilson and Carey, 6th and Burke 7th. Nolan, Purvis, Carney, Shannon, Dempsey, Hayes, Carroll, Campbell, Kelly, Buckley, Mulvey in 18th place. A horror end to the race for the two Turn 3 Motorsport teammates of Dempsey. And our retirements, Bobby Connolly, Stennon, McLaughlin, Jack Murphy and Charlie Blair. I said to keep an eye on Connolly and McLaughlin in this race. I didn't mean like that. So that's the opening heat of X30 Juniors. One more to complete the first cycle of heats, and that is Senior X30. And it is last season's champion and the season before, the double champ Jack Buckley, who starts on pole ahead of his rival last season, Sean Hogan. So a tasty affair coming up for Senior X30 in a couple of minutes. So just a short track hold here, folks, as the snatch crew recover. The cart snap went off. We will have Senior X30 very shortly. So now our final heat number 1 of the day, and it is Senior X30s. Jack Buckley on pole position alongside Sean Hogan. Jack's younger brother Tig starts in 3rd. Adam Holmes in 4th. Luke Agnew in 5th. Then Ronan Hennessy, Michaela Hart, Jamie English, Rory O'Connor, Robbie Buckley, Aaron Murray, Warren Russell, Emer Carey, Josh Allen. Then it is Shane Crosby, Daniel Kavanagh, Joel Murphy, Adam Blaney, Jack Crockwell and Shane O'Neill to round out the running order. So it will be Buckley inside, Hogan outside, down towards turn number 1. And if last season's anything to go by, you would expect Jack Buckley to be the pace setter here. Tig Buckley, X30 Junior champion, graduating to X30 Senior for this year, and now as they come towards the tram tracks, let's go racing, and it's a great start for the Buckleys in towards turn number 1, and Jack Buckley leads Tig Buckley, and Tig Buckley is right behind him now as well, but Sean Hogan, teammates of both these, the 3 Brennan Tech karts, at the front of this one. 4th then Adam Holmes of Oran Henry Racing. He's ahead of Luke Agnew. And is battling further back. Michaela Hart looking to make up a place. She now runs in front of Jamie English and Ronan Hennessy. And Hennessy's involved in fights as well around the field. Emer Carey looking for spots as well, although there's one DMS kart that has fallen to the back. Jack Buckley leads, Tig Buckley leads Sean Hogan. It's then Adam Holmes in 4th. Then of Luke Agnew, Robbie Buckley, Rory O'Connor, Michaela Hart, Aaron Murphy, Emer Carey then up to 10th position. Ronan Hennessy dropping down the order there. So Jack Buckley, 3 wins last season, 2 second places in the final results. Tig Buckley in X30 Junior went 1 better than the other Buckley. He took 4 wins and 1 second place. And those two working together well up the front and pulling a bit of a gap. 3rd, Sean Hogan. Brennan Tech, 2nd in the championship. 3 wins, equalled Buckley's win total, but only 1 other podium, and that was a 3rd place. Has raced an awful lot in Ireland, but racing abroad as well. His first abroad race, it was in 2019. Oh, lunge down the inside on Adam Holmes. That's come from Luke Agnew, and Agnew is up and ahead now. That's a great move for Luke. Caught him out of nowhere, and now is up to 4th and might be looking to chase on after Sean Hogan. Is setting the equal lap time, so if he's able to extract a little bit more out of his IAME X30 machine, then he might be able to catch the podium placers. A little bit further back, Robbie Buckley, Rory O'Connor and Michaela Hart all fighting. Robbie Buckley and Michaela Hart had an excellent fight last week in the opening heat of the X30 TKC Championship. It was won by Hart in the end, and Michaela Hart just swooped down the inside of Rory O'Connor. But O'Connor able to get it back. Aaron Murphy is behind these two as well in the Oran Henry Racing Orange, and Michaela Hart is back in front, so Hart now up to 8th place. Fight up the front though continues on between the two Buckleys. Last thing they want to do is make contact. That would be disastrous. So, Jack Buckley leading with 4 minutes plus 1 lap to go. Fastest lap of the race, and the last lap came for Luke Agnew, who has caught Sean Hogan for 3rd. So, solid running this from Luke, number 803. A 3-time IAME World finalist in 2021, 23 and 2025. Was third in this championship last season in his T-Sport machine. It's just a T-Sport in a world of Brennan techs. And Luke Agnew putting Sean Hogan under an awful lot of pressure. Hogan second in the championship, but didn't opt to run 8:02. He's running number 8:11 like he did last season. And oh, Tyke Buckley's gone for the lead. Now this is when it gets interesting. When two brothers start scrapping at the front of this one. Tyke Buckley leads for the first time in his IAME X30 career. And it is Jack Buckley behind now in the 8:01. Very intriguing fight on our hands here with just over 3 minutes plus 1 lap to go. Still Sean Hogan. No, sorry, Luke Agnew has got past Sean Hogan. So it is a total swap up the front. New leader, new third place. And his X30 Senior starting to become a young man's game. The two experienced veterans losing places. I think 5 minutes into the first heat of the season is probably a little bit too early to set that precedent, but nonetheless, this is going very well for Tyke and Luke, and Tyke Buckley is charging away in front of this one. 56.8 for him last lap, personal best. 56.9 for Jack Buckley, 56.8 for Luke Agnew. Further down the field in the fight for 8th, Emer Carey working her way through the pack. She has got ahead of Aaron Murray, and there is more fighting behind those two. Emer Carey of Norris Carey Motorsport, of course, and Carey in 8.66, just shouldering past Aaron Murray. Emer Carey actually won the first kart championship on offer this year. That was the student sport intervarsity ones, where she helped DCU pick up the team's championship. What was a remarkable comeback in White Road. No bias from myself, of course. Tyke Buckley still leading the front of this one. Ronan Hennessy able to get past Joel Murphy. That's in the fight for 12th. Shane Crosby just behind them, leading in the Masters karts. Shane Crosby, how do I put it? The most experienced by far in this field at 34 years of age. Raced in Super 1 back in 2009, the Rotax International Open in 2010, the DD2 Grand Finals in 2013, of course, which not this championship, this is IAME racing, but the Rotax Senior Max Championship here today will be sending drivers off to. Held in Silverstone, the brand new Silverstone karting track this year, the Rotax DD2 Grand Final, so that'll be an exciting one come the later half of the year. For now, all our focus is on this IAME X30 Senior fight, though, with 30 seconds plus 1 lap left of it. And this Tyke Buckley still in the race lead, looking to win his first ever X30 Senior heat. The X30 Junior champion last season. But it is close at the front between himself and Jack. We'll actually have 2 more laps. We just crossed with 8 seconds to go, so 2 more laps to go here in this one. And both the Buckleys are really hammering in the lap times now. Consistent 56.8s. And a real competitive tussle at the front. Is Jack Buckley going to risk one down the inside of Tyke? Or are they both satisfied with first and second? I don't think there's any karter here today of the 125 entrants who is satisfied with second place. So let's see what Jack Buckley can do. Glance over the shoulder, all clear. Let's let battle commence down towards turn number 1. Tyke Buckley defends. Last lap board shown. Jack Buckley led across the line, but it is still Tig in front. And now the champion, both champions in their own rights, but the Senior X30 champion is on the outside here, and Tig Buckley having to defend with his life from his older brother, who taught him his tricks of the trade to get into this Senior X30 class, and now he's beating him off the offset. What can Jack Buckley do? Is he able to throw one up the inside? Defensive for Tig Buckley. Jack Buckley right on the bumper here, looking for the switchback, but beautifully controlled on the apex from Tig Buckley, and it's looking like it is going to be the younger one, or is it? It's a drag race to the line. Tig and Jack Buckley. Oh, the champion has just pipped him. Jack Buckley, by 100th of a second, beats Tig at the line. Heartbreaking for Tig Buckley, who was looking for his first win in his first ever heat. Luke Agnew comes home in third, Sean Hogan in fourth, Adam Holmes in fifth, then Robbie Buckley, Michaela Hart, Aaron Murphy, Emer Carey, Rory O'Connor, Daniel Kavanagh, Jamie English, Joel Murphy, Josh Allen, Shane Crosby, Jack Crockwell, Adam Blaney, Warren Russell coming home in 18th. And then behind them, Ronan Hennessy, Shane O'Neill, and John Norris, with the latter two not completing race distance. That's our first circulation of heats, folks. We have Micro Max returning for their second heats. We have 4 more heats before the lunch break. Micro Max, Mini Max, Junior Max, Senior Max. What a cracker to start X30 Senior season. Second heat of Rotax Micro Max now. And Robbie Lyons will start on pole position ahead of Dawson Jones, Rian Spratt, Ben Daly, Harry Tyley, Cooper Devant, Alex Murray, Ben Nicholson, Ollie McKiernan, Ollie Williamson, Noah Cassells, Mason Monaghan and Michael Darcy. A lot of quick names towards the back in this one. Could be interesting. It was Ollie McKiernan that won the earlier heat. Won it from pole. We had a bit of trouble with the race start earlier on this morning, but I imagine that issue will be all ironed out now. But it will be Robbie Lyons on the inside line for turn number 1. Dawson Jones on the outside. Robbie's brother of Corey Lyons, champion in this category last season. Interesting to see what the young DMS driver can do. Towards the tram lines, heading down towards turn number 1, and it's a very fast start for the outside of Dawson Jones. Poor start for Robbie Lyons, and he's handed up the race lead there fairly quickly. But Robbie Lyons is pressing and looking for this one. Towards the hairpin, down the inside goes Robbie Lyons. Beautiful on the brakes of his Micro Max, and that is an excellent move to get back in front of Dawson Jones. Rian Spratt down to 4th position here in this one. Ben Daly up to 3rd, son of the fabulous owner of Daly Motorsport, of course, but Rian Spratt has put him under a little bit of pressure. Rian, the son of Sean Spratt, who won the 177 heat number 1 earlier on today. So you can see where these racers get their talents from. And back down the inside goes Ben Daly, and Ben Daly is back up to 3rd position, the Cork man. But it is Robbie Lyons who crucially leads down towards the first corner. Dawson Jones in 2nd position from Scarva, County Down, the privateer. A former junior driver of the year up north. Won the Northwest plates as well in the karting circuit at the Northwest paddock. Harry Tyley in 5th position. On the aborted start earlier on this morning, Tyley had an excellent getaway, and then on the actual race start just could not get up the order. I think finished outside the top 10. It's looking a little bit better for Harry here. He's an experienced Micro Max racer now, was excellent last season, as you may know. 3rd in the RMC Championship. Won the IGP and King of the Corner for the total points calculation on the Saturday. So Robbie Lyons still in front. Harry Tyley now is fighting with Rian Spratt and Cooper Devant. And Spratt well behind, so looked like he made a mistake. And Tyley is past Lyons now, so Robbie Lyons has fallen down the order as well. Ben Daly out in front in this one. Ben Daly on the podium, last time out in Nuts Corner in the opening round of this Rotax Max Challenge. I mean, when your dad runs a kart team, the likelihood of you being fast in karts is quite high. Ben Daly is proving that, and now leads here in the 2nd heat of the Micro Maxes. Ollie McKiernan is now up to 3rd position as well, so the race winner this morning has something to say about this. 3 minutes plus 1 lap to go. It is 6 minutes plus a lap here, total race duration of Rotax Micro Max. And down the inside goes Ollie McKiernan, but broke way too late, and that'll give Dawson Jones the up and under. And Jones will stay in front for the time being. So top 3, all in contention for this race win. It's Ben Daly who leads it, Dawson Jones in 2nd, and Ollie McKiernan in 3rd position. Ollie McKiernan from Athboy, another IGP winner in this top 3 fight. They won it in the Bambinos this year. A friend of Mason Monaghan's, which is why it was interesting to see their fight this morning. But Ollie McKiernan fighting with Jones now, another driver who he would be very familiar with. Harry Lee is embracing this, and he's quite liking the fight up the front, because it's allowing him to gain on this podium fight. And Harry Lee, if he wants to try and take a win in the Micro Maxes today, is going to have to get a good starting position. Your starting position for the final is determined. And now we've a bit of contact actually towards the back. I think that involved Alex Murray and potentially Ben Nicholson. But as I was saying, if you want to win the final, you got to get a high starting position, which is decided by your results in these heats. So your points for your results will add up from the heats, and that will equal your starting position from the final. It's points for the championship as well, of course. Obviously, the majority of the haul is from the final, as down the inside goes Ollie McKiernan on Dawson Jones, and Ollie McKiernan is able to get in front of Dawson Jones now, and he just about holds it down the inside. Good move from Ollie McKiernan. Jones will look to fight back through, but McKiernan, just with a slightly better pace, was 0.2 of a second quicker on the last lap than Dawson Jones. 55.3 for McKiernan, 55.5 for Jones, 55.4 for Ben Daly, so he's quicker than the race leader as well. And it could be the two DS teammates who go after this one. Or sorry, McKiernan, not of DMS. He's running a kart that's exactly the same colour from a distance. And now the green, oh, thought McKiernan was going to try a lunge there. The green helmet looked, and Ollie McKiernan is looking for a second win here today. What a statement it would be to sweep the second round of the season, but it's a long way to go to even consider that as a possibility. Needs to try and get past Ben Daly here in this one first. There's a few droplets of rain emerging around Kilkenny, but that's not going to affect this race too much. We'll have one more lap after this one in the fight between Ben Daly and Ollie McKiernan. More times than not did it come down to the last lap in Rotax Micro Max racing in 2025. What has 2026 got for us? Ollie McKiernan hot on the heels of Ben Daly down towards the first corner. In towards T1, it is still Daly who exits in front, and now they will head through the carousel loop down towards the tight hairpin. This is where McKiernan has been making his moves today. He's broke a lot later than Ben Daly, but Daly with a nice apex, and the number 141 will stay in front for the time being. Ollie McKiernan just behind. Dawson Jones, no further part to play in this one, and may be overtaken by Harry Lee, but Ben Daly still leads this one. McKiernan not able to lunge into the hairpin. Best overtaking opportunity on the circuit is these next two hairpins. If McKiernan can't get it done here, he won't get it done in this race entirely, and Ben Daly has just stretched his legs at the right point, and Ben Daly gets out of the corner A-OK, meaning this is going to be a first heat win of the day for Ben Daly, and potentially en route to a first final win ever for Ben Daly. Across the line, checkered flag. Harry Lee has just got Dawson Jones on the line on the screen clarification. So that is a podium for Lee and a fastest lap of the race to boot. Robbie Lyons comes home in 5th, Cooper Devant in 6th, Ryan Spratt in 7th, Ollie Williamson comes home in 8th ahead of Michael Darcy, Alex Murray, Mason Monaghan, Ben Nicholson and Noah Cassells, who comes home in 13th position. Mini Max coming up next. Rotax Mini Max time now. The earlier heat this morning being won by Jaden McElhenney. But on pole for heat number 2, it is Conor Keown. Freddie Turkington will start alongside, with row 2 consisting of Jack Miller and Billy Green. It's then Ethan Robinson and Ollie Meredith on row 3, with Danny Murphy and Corey Lyons on row 4. 9th, 10th, Hugh Richardson and Isaac Ford. Then it is Mitchell Campton, Ben Lalu, Oren Hendry, Jude Duvant, Jaden McElhenney, Evan McCloughery, Lily Mae McGuckin and Alex O'Neill. So it's going to be Conor Keown on the inside, Turkington on the outside, but keep an eye on Miller and Green on row 2. As they come towards the tram lines, that is most certainly going to be a wave around. That was almost at racing speed. So we have a wave around here. If you're new to kart racing and wondering what a wave around is, it basically means the officials were not happy with the form of the drivers on the race start, or they weren't happy with the speed. It was most certainly speed in that case. Weren't happy with the speed of the karts, way too fast for a race start. So they wave them around, they allow them get reformed up again. And then it's green, green, green if all is good. The most I've ever seen is 4 wave arounds. It's rare you get more than 1. It's rare you get 1. But you could get more. Usually if it's a really bad race start standard, it'll be red flag and then they'll have a chat to them, as we saw in Micro Max this morning. Still quite fast though. This could be waved around again. They're coming towards the tram lines now. Are they happy enough with this one? And yes, we go green, so they are happy, and it's Conor Keown who leads into the first corner, and that's a good start for Conor Keown. Turkington on the outside, Jack Miller looking to follow through as well. Ollie Meredith looking to make up places very early on here and lunging down the inside. Keown has lost the lead. And your new leader, Jack Miller. So Miller of Oren Hendry Racing and Conor Keown in a fight here with Ethan Robinson by the looks of it, and Robinson able to get in front now. What another fast start for Ethan Robinson. Started in a similar position in heat number 1, was up the front immediately. But Robinson is off and away at the races, but Jack Miller leads the opening lap here at the front of this one. The number 212, and chasing behind him is 208 of Ethan Robinson. Then it's Ollie Meredith of Turn 3 Motorsport in 3rd, Conor Keown in 4th, Danny Murphy, Freddie Turkington, Billy Green, Corey Lyons, Ben Lalu and Jude Duvant in 10th position. But up the front it is Miller versus Robinson. Ethan Robinson looking for this, and we have a red flag. So race stopped. Red flag is out. Doesn't seem to be anyone gone off. But we have gone red. So all drivers to the grid under red flag conditions. And now we've a kart stopped at the exit of turn number 1. Driver is out and standing, which is always good to see. And it looks like it was Alex O'Neill who didn't complete the opening lap. Yeah, kart in a dangerous place there, so would need a red to recover it. It's actually Conor Keown, not Alex O'Neill. So it is Conor Keown 206 and has gone off. But Conor is out and away from the kart, as you can see, and that's disappointing for the poleman. So disappointing start for Keown. All engines off on the grid. An order will be determined and then we will get to green flag racing. Track getting swept, kart being picked up. You can just see there in the background of your shot at turn number 2. That is due to the red flag incident. So restart will either be the original grid or it will be our current running order, which would mean Jack Miller would start at the front ahead of Ethan Robinson, Ollie Meredith. But Conor Keown still classified in 4th. So what you're seeing now on the grid, folks, is the Rotax Mini Max version of the Cha-Cha slide, where we move everyone a little bit to the left, a little bit to the right, take them back, and they ultimately end up in the same places anyways. So there's actually multiple cars pulled off now at that turn 1 rescue. It initially looked to me like it was just Conor Keown. Someone's got going again. You can see them just flying off into camera shot. That is Corey Lyons, who is circling around. Now, I actually didn't think Corey started the race because I thought I saw him stood beside where we were broadcasting from, but I'm going to guess that was his brother, who looks identical to him. Robbie, of course, racing in the Micro Maxes. Oh, I thought Corey's engine sounded horrible, but it was someone revving on the grid. So we have a couple of karts wounded, but for the most part, A-OK. So your front row is Miller and Turkington. So Freddie Turkington will be on the outside into 1. Row 2 is Meredith and Robinson. And Corey Lyons has made his own row here. So we have an Indy 500 start in row 4, where they're now currently 3 wide. There's no reverse gear on these karts either, so this could be a little bit of a pushback for Corey. All I can say to you watching along, folks, welcome to go-kart racing. Yeah, I think they've gridded up them all, not expecting Corey to be there, and then Corey has done his best Casper the Friendly Ghost impression and just appeared. So now we have another little cha-cha slide to reshuffle us up, and then we'll be good to go. So the restarted race will be 5 minutes plus 1 lap. So we haven't lost that much time, really. It'll be 5 minutes plus a lap. And now we have karts moving again, so warm-up lap time. And just to remind you, it is Turkington and Miller on the front row. So we did get a classified lap. Keep an eye on Ollie Meredith there on row 3. He's going to be very racy, as will Ethan Robinson. So Turkington with the white helmet, the red and black kart bodywork. Miller alongside him in the Oran Henry Racing colours of orange with the blue helmet. And then behind it will be Ollie Meredith, who you can see with the sort of Ireland colours on the helmet and the luminous yellow and blue kart. And alongside him in the DMS colours of blue and red is Ethan Robinson. Ethan Robinson from Lisburn won the NIKA and TKC championships in Bambino, racing the British IAME championship as well, and won an IGP in cadets. So here they come then for the final corner, down towards the start-finish line. Being told to slow. Oh, we can't get away around surely. Being told to slow is Turkington. No, this is good speed. Wheel out of place for Jack Miller, though, could get a penalty for that. And down towards turn number 1, Jack Miller does lead in, but Freddie Turkington on the outside. Great start for Ethan Robinson, who is immediately up to second place and looking to challenge our race leader. Ollie Meredith as well is involved in this one, and Meredith has actually lost a place, and it's another lunge down the inside by Billy Green, I believe. Green with an excellent race start. But your race leader, Jack Miller, and behind him, Ethan Robinson. If you're looking at the timing screen, it does say Conor Keown in the race lead, but Keown, that is just your original grid that has come up. So some movers and shakers. Freddie Turkington has lost a couple of spots here, and he's fallen behind another one of the DMS carts. That's Corey Lyons who he's ended up behind. But look at this battle up the front. Robinson challenging Jack Miller for the race lead, and Ethan Robinson is right behind as they head through the carousel. Meredith third, Murphy, Lyons, Turkington, Ford, Lalu, McElhenney, Devant, Campton, your top 10 as they run here with 3 minutes 40 seconds plus 1 lap to go in the second heat of Rotax Mini Max racing. Jack Miller under an awful lot of pressure from Ethan Robinson in the number 208. 8 in the championship last season, but did take a win in a final. That one was at Nuts Corner. Now pushing him down into turn 1 is Ethan Robinson. No move to be made. He'll follow him around through the carousel and potentially a lunge in towards the hairpin. Is there a lunge into the hairpin? No, there isn't. Oliver Meredith is involved in this one as well now. He won the opening round in Nuts Corner, did the turn 3 Motorsport racer. A keen Man City supporter is Ollie Meredith, so the third place man will be very happy with yesterday's FA Cup results. He'll be even happier if he's able to take a win here in round 2 of the Rotax Mini Max Championship. Now, there goes Ethan Robinson down the inside. It's unorthodox to make a move through there, but he's pulled it off nonetheless, and it's allowed Ollie Meredith through. Robinson's going to be praying that battle continues on between Ollie Meredith and Ethan Robinson, but Ollie Meredith has got the move done and will now look to charge after Ethan Robinson at the front of this race. We have a car stranded in the middle of the runoff. You can see driver sat there, and that is Evan McCloughery, I believe, in number 270, who has pulled off. We've lost Billy Green as well, I would suspect, in that red flag incident, or at least during the red flag. But Ethan Robinson leads here in Mini Max, Ollie Meredith in second. And this race not over by any stretch of the imagination. Ollie Meredith setting the faster laps in this one. Fastest lap of the race is a 51.2 that does belong to the number 202, the Castle Knock man. Isaac Ford getting ahead of Freddie Turkington, and McElhenney and Devant getting ahead of Lalu in some of the battles in the minor places. We're down to 14 here, with not long left in this race. I think Ethan Robinson is just doing enough. He put in the fastest lap on the last lap with a 51.1, Meredith 51.4, but he was battling while that lap was done by Robinson, so Meredith not, or understandably not able to match it. But still, it's looking good for Ethan Robinson here. And this really is an open class. So 2 laps to go. Ollie Meredith in here in Kiltorcan last year in the RMC took the final win. His first final win in Mini Max after an absolute downpour just before the race. Himself and Father Nicky were debating slicks or wets. Nicky's logic was, well, if you're unsure, always go for slicks, and Ollie said, no, I want the wets, and he won to the tune of 30 seconds. That's the second place man. In first, Ethan Robinson. One win and another podium in RMC last season, of course, as we said. So 2 drivers who know how to drive Rotax machinery. Last lap. It's looking a bit too far for Meredith, but it's a solid result nonetheless for points. Jack Miller just ahead of Danny Murphy. And then it's Lyons and McElhenney. Ollie merited one last little gung-ho to try and get past, but it won't be, and it's going to be Ethan Robinson who's going to take the heat win here in Kiltorcan heat number 2. One more Mini-Max heat to come up, but that is an excellent performance by Ethan Robinson up the front. Ollie Merited will come home in second. It will then be Danny Murphy ahead of Jack Miller. So while we were looking at the leaders, position for third exchanged hands. Corey Lyons will come home in fifth. Then Jaden McElhenney, Isaac Ford, Jude Duvant, Ben Lalu, Freddie Turkington, Mitchell Campton, Oren Hendry, Hugh Richardson, Lily Mae McGuckin to round out the finishers. But then your non-finishers will include Connor Keown, Billy Green, Evan McCloughery and Alex O'Neill here in Mini Max. Junior Max coming up soon, folks. Rotax Junior Max Heat number 2 coming up now, folks, here at Kiltorcan Raceway for the opening round of the Motorsport Ireland National Kart Championships and the second round of the All-Ireland Rotax Max Challenge. On pole position here in Junior Max, Charlie Condy with Ben O'Keefe alongside him on the front row. TJ McKay in third, ahead of Ethan Barnwell. And there's Wesley Brereton, Mitchell Elliott, Pierre Carnet, Jesse Ray McCauley, Liam O'Hagan, Nathan Hennessy, Sam McHugh and Zach Battersby to round out the front row. So Condy and O'Keefe are alongside each other. Charlie Condy from Ballygowie, racing in 2 years of Bambinos, did 2 years of Honda Cadets, and this is his second year of Junior Max. Scored his first Junior Max podium last year, aged 11. Didn't race in RMC, but did win the IRL plate as a guest driver, and now he enters the tram lines and he's got a fabulous start, and Ben O'Keefe has a problem, and Ben O'Keefe has pulled aside, and Ben O'Keefe, oh, that's a heartbreaking start to this race. He's gone and out of this one. Pulled off and waved the drivers through. Very, very disappointing for the Carrick-on-Shore native. But the race continues and Condy leads ahead of TJ McKay. And there's a lot of lunges down the inside. Wesley Brereton finds himself in third. This race was won earlier today by Frenchman Pierre Carnet, who is in the midst of fight here. Started back in 7th, did Pierre, so a win in this one would be ultra impressive, but it is Charlie Condy, TJ McKay and Wesley Brereton 1, 2, 3. Liam O'Hagan, Belfast man, in 4th ahead of Jesse Ray McCauley and Pierre Carnet. Then it's Ethan Barnwell, Mitchell Elliott, Sam McHugh, Zach Battersby, Ben O'Keefe and Nathan Hennessy. But Condy not getting it all his own way at the front, led earlier on today in heat number 1, led at the early phases of that race, and he was caught and passed by Carnet. And as they complete the second lap of proceedings, McKay putting the race leader under an awful lot of pressure here into turn number 1. Gets out of it poorly though, so may not be able to challenge down towards the hairpin. Yellow flags are out. We have someone pulled aside, and that will be Nathan Hennessy. We've actually 2 gone, I think. Ethan Barnwell hasn't registered the second lap either. So both Barnwell and Hennessy looking like they're out of this one, and Ben O'Keefe, of course. Oh no, O'Keefe got going again. So Ben O'Keefe did get going. He's very much towards the back. He's in second last position, but he did get going nonetheless. So look, at least Heat 2's not a total write-off for Ben O'Keefe, and he can pick up some points. Nudge in the bumper for the race leader, Charlie Condy, from TJ McKay, who's challenging for this one in towards the hairpin. This is oh so close up the front of this one between Charlie Condy, TJ McKay and Wesley Brereton involved in this one. Wesley, one of 4 Brereton brothers who race in the various championships in Ireland from Rathangan, County Kildare. Raced last year with PBR, but he's in, or all the Breretons are in Saudi car chassis this year. They used to all have their pristine white race suits on, but it almost seems like it could be a Brereton Brothers solo effort this year. Down towards turn number 1, TJ McKay still not able to threaten. Got to be a move on here surely for one of them. No, not quite. Brereton looked for it, couldn't get it. That's Liam O'Hagan, who's emerged into picture in 4th position. And oh, contact made behind, and there has been a spin round, and that was Pierre Carnet who's tipped round Jesse Ray McCauley, and that kart has stopped, so engine wasn't able to stay going. and steward intervention likely there, I'd say. He did spin him round when going for the overtake, but battle up the front nonetheless continues on, and now it's a defensive effort from your race leader, who is almost getting whiplash in towards turn number 1 with the bump he's getting off TJ McKay behind. A bit wide for Condy. Is this McKay's opportunity to try and get through? This is Junior Max racing that we're used to. 4 within about 4/10 of a second here. It's Charlie Condy's version of the Jarno Trulli train. And just taking the defensive line in all the right areas and able to stay in front. And now down the inside, and that got hairy for a moment, and TJ McKay pushed wide Charlie Condy, and that allowed Wesley Brereton to swoop through. Brereton leads here in Junior Max, followed by TJ McKay. Condy's been dumped to the back. Liam O'Hagan finds himself in third now. Brereton O'Hagan, a beneficiary of the overtake attempt from TJ McKay. So McKay made the move on the race leader, still not in the race lead. 1.5 minutes plus a lap to go in this one. This is a barnstormer here. Jesse Ray McCauley back on track after that spin, but in last position. No move into the first corner for TJ McKay. I mean, he knows where an overtake is possible, but just needs to try and stay in the lead this time. But Wesley Brereton has taken this opportunity, grabbed it with both hands and ran with it, because look at the gap he's building over McKay now. It's not like he did the fastest lap on the last lap. He actually matched what TJ McKay did, but there was probably a mistake for the first corner for TJ. That cost him a little bit. "30 seconds plus 1 lap to go here in Junior Max, heat number 2. A little bit further back, Ben O'Keefe is having a solid effort to try and catch Mitchell Elliott. It's only for 7th position, but given O'Keefe had to pull off, that's not too shabby. And now Liam O'Hagan is going for 2nd position on TJ McKay, heading through the triple left-handers and down towards the hairpin. Couldn't get the move done, but he is behind him and pressing. And that's Condy back in 2nd position, so that's why. So McKay has made another mistake, and there goes O'Hagan down the inside now. And something happened for TJ McKay, because he was running 2nd, now back down to 4th. So there was a mistake somewhere around the lap. Last lap board showing it's Brereton who leads O'Hagan, and Condy, and then McKay. And despite all of TJ McKay's efforts in this race, he is going to end up last of his fight. Pierre Carnet, I tell you what, has pumped in some good lap times to try and catch this crew. And now Wesley Brereton is under a lot of pressure here from Liam O'Hagan. So Brereton's made a mistake of his own. And Liam O'Hagan is surely going to try one down the inside here, is he? No, beautiful defensive line from Brereton. It's going to be a run towards the line between Liam O'Hagan and Wesley Brereton, and it is who has the most power. O'Hagan, defensive manoeuvre from Brereton. Crucial defensive manoeuvre from Wesley Brereton to take the Heat 2 win here in Rotax Junior Max. O'Hagan made his move, then Brereton followed. Some could say reactive, but it is the reason that Wesley Brereton will go down in the history books as the winner of heat number 2 here in the Junior Maxes. Charlie Condy third, TJ McKay in 4th, Pierre Carnet in 5th, and Zach Battersby ahead of Ben O'Keefe, Mitchell Elliott, Sam McHugh, Jesse Ray McCauley, and an unfinished Freeton Barnwell and Nathan Hennessy. We'll have one more race before lunch, folks, and that will be Senior Max. and our 177s in that combined field. So a brief track pause, folks, as we have one kart being recovered, but Senior Max coming up ASAP. So after a bit of kart rescue, it is our Senior Max and 177 combined race with Senior Max pole position. Coogan, one of the sponsors with his sim company IRL Motorsports. Daniel. Then it is Burke, Taylor, Mooney, Bevan, Cooney, Gardner, McDermott, Kernahan, Miller, Connolly, Coleman, Quinn, McMahon, Spillane. Then in 177, it is Shields, O'Connell, McDowell, Cherry, Brian Cherry, Sean Spratt, Dennis Cherry, Porrick, Dowdle. So Daniel Kilpatrick on the outside of row 1 will be one to watch, as he was your winner in the Senior Max final in Nuts Corner a couple of weeks ago. So let's see how they fare. Aaron Coogan, a top Tillotson racer, a Tillotson Ireland champion, testing the waters in Rotax machinery in towards the tram lines, and it's not a great start for Daniel Kilpatrick. It is a great start for third place Keith Burke in 4.54, and it's the two Oren Henry Racing teammates who lead through the first corner in towards the long sweeping right-hander. Third place then is, looks like Carter Mooney. It is Carter Mooney, then ahead of Daniel Kilpatrick, and Noah Taylor then in 5th on the Praga kart chassis. So great start for Coogan. In terms of the 177s, it is Anthony O'Connell who leads. Sorry, Mark Shields who leads, I should say. 5.13 of Oren Henry Racing. Here comes Aaron Coogan, I should say, and Keith Burke is under pressure from Dramara's Carter Mooney, and Daniel Kilpatrick gives Mooney the nudge in towards the first corner, and that is what has given him the place on Burke. So Coogan leads Mooney, leads Kilpatrick, and then it's Keith Burke, but Keith Burke back down the inside of Carter Mooney, and now Noah Taylor finds a gap and sneaks his way through. Taylor made here, and we've McDermott off. McDermott's off in the gravel. He's been clipped, and the O-plate runner will have to get back on track and rejoin. That is a costly moment for Dylan McDermott. So now it is Coogan, Kilpatrick and Carter Mooney, and Carter Mooney is going to try and get the move done back towards the first corner. Ruben Kernahan fighting with Noah Taylor, and Kernahan has got past Noah Taylor here, your champion from last season. Although it was so close, it was Kernahan that took the championship, and he is now in front of Noah Taylor. Keith Burke is behind both of those. In Max 177, it is Mark Shields who leads Sean Spratt. So Shields of Oren Henry Racing, Sean Spratt of Spratt Racing, the leaders in that fight. Carter Mooney and Daniel Kilpatrick going to go fighting again. Mooney at the front of the second place fight. As Murray Walker said, Carter Mooney is in the lead. Well, he didn't say Carter Mooney, but he's in the lead, apart from the cart that's in front of him. But Daniel Kilpatrick putting Mooney under some amount of pressure. Still Shields at the front of Max 177. Sean Spratt tucked up behind him. If you're wondering what the difference is between a Senior Max 162 and a Senior Max 177, well, this is the Senior Max 162s we're looking at. Carter Mooney, and it's not Daniel Kilpatrick. That is a Oren Henry Racing cart that is in between them, and that is Aaron Coogan. So Carter Mooney is in the lead now, and Daniel Kilpatrick in second. Has Coogan made a mistake somewhere? Yeah, he has. He was about 0.5 of a second slower on the last lap, so Coogan is down to third. The difference between them is the weight. So Senior Max 162 is 162 kilograms driver and cart weight. Senior Max 177 is the heavier category, 177 kilograms driver and cart weight, sometimes 180. And Sean Spratt is just about taking the lead on Mark Shields at the hairpin in that 177 race. Still Carter Mooney at the front of the 162s. Kilpatrick pressing Mooney. Ruben Kernahan has overtaken Aaron Coogan, and Daniel Kilpatrick leads at Kiltorcan. Brilliant move down the inside on the DMS driver of Carter Mooney. And last round, first round race winner is back in front here. Now, how can Carter respond? What can he do? Kilpatrick goes defensive into the hairpins, and that gives Carter Mooney an avenue of attack, and he's back in front. But Daniel Kilpatrick sells him the dream and gets the switch back. Beautiful move. And now down towards the first corner. This is getting tasty. Carter Mooney to the outside. Ruben Kernahan involved as well. And with Mooney's move to the outside, that's allowed the champion through. And Carter Mooney is under pressure from Aaron Coogan. It could be first to fourth in 2 laps for Carter Mooney, which would be agonising. So Ruben Kernahan now down the inside of Daniel Kilpatrick. But oh, he hits the wall, does Ruben Kernahan. He has grazed the barrier and somehow ended up still in second place. But that gives Daniel Kilpatrick just that little bit of breathing room. Fastest lap in this race belongs to Kernahan, but Kernahan's under pressure from Carter Mooney. Ruben Kernahan begging Carter, just work with me here, my friend. We will catch Daniel Kilpatrick at the front of this one. And that, I'm sure, will be Carter's aim as well. Carter, an excellent teammate of Dylan McDermott's, and I'm sure he's willing to spare some teammate love for Ruben Kernahan up in front. Not teammates, of course. Kernahan entered under Kernahan Motorsport. So 2 laps to go here in the second heat of Senior Maxes. Daniel Kilpatrick leads. Ruben Kernahan in second. Carter Mooney, then it is Aaron Coogan and Keith Burke, who leads Noah Taylor in the Praga. Charlie Gardner, then Lincoln Bevan, Ewan Miller, and Ben Conley to round out the top 10. Looks like Kernahan and Mooney are slowly... It did look like they were clawing in on Kilpatrick, but Kilpatrick has had an excellent run through the first sector here at Kiltorcan. And another mistake for Kernahan through that corner. That's where he went out and hit the wall. You can actually see that barrier dislodged. Have a look next time we come round through that section of track. You can actually see where Kernahan hit the barrier. Oh, this is a great lap for Daniel Kilpatrick. And now Carter Mooney is fighting for second, because if he can't get first, you'd rather be second than third down in towards turn number 1. No move made for Carter Mooney. Ruben Kernahan stays in front. Harrying Kernahan through here. Has to be very careful. One misplaced move and Aaron Coogan will steal that third place and podium finish off him. But Carter Mooney is right in the tail, and there you can see it was a slow exit and Coogan was right behind. Where is Carter Mooney going to go for the lunge? Tight line for Kernahan, defensive, and he's defensive once again, and the champion's experience is going to pay off here for the final corner unless Carter Mooney can get the slipstream to the line. Daniel Kilpatrick is going to have one. No, he does take the win. I thought it was checkered flag, but it came up with a last lap board. But Daniel Kilpatrick does take the win ahead of Ruben Kernahan in second. Carter Mooney in third. Aaron Coogan in fourth. Noah Taylor in fifth. And Charlie Gardner, Keith Burke, Lincoln Bevan, Ewan Miller, Ben Connolly, Joseph McMahon, Daniel Spillane, Sean Cooney, Mark Quinn, Hugo Coleman, and Sean Spratt win once again in 177. Ahead of Ben McDowell, as they were earlier on this morning. Then Mark Shields, Anthony O'Connell. Then it is the 2 Cherries, Dennis Cherry, Brian Cherry. And at the back of the entire field was Dylan McDermott after that crash. What an entertaining morning here at Kiltorcan Raceway. We will have a break for lunch now, folks. The expected return start time, just for your own reference, is 32 minutes past 1. But we are about a half an hour delayed anyways in terms of racing action. So not sure if that will stay the same. The live stream will stay on here, folks, so do not worry about that. We'll see you on the other side for IAME Cadets. So welcome back, folks, to Kiltorcan for the first event of the Motorsport Ireland National Karting Championships. Lunch break is all over, the karts are refueled, the drivers are nice and refreshed, and we're going to have racing action returning right now, and that's with our IAME Cadet second heat of the day. On pole position for this one is Jack Harney and Ada O'Brien. IAME, of course, having a timed qualifying this morning and not random grids. Such as our Rotax efforts. Harley Burton and Tucker Frayne, third and fourth. Mate Dabija, Sam McCullough. Then it is Killian O'Sullivan, Nicholas Yodesius ahead of Joey Waters, Elliot Greenough, Daniel Crowe, Will Larkham, Tiernan O'Brien, and Teddy Houlihan. And we're coming towards the tram lines now. It will be Harney on the inside, O'Brien on the outside. It was a great start for Tucker Frayne last time round as well. He'll be looking to repeat, and the 617 gets a poor start actually, and Ada O'Brien sweeps round the outside and is into the race lead. Harley Brereton involved there as well. Brereton is now in third position, and then it's fourth for Frayne. But bad start for Jack Harney. Ada O'Brien off and away with this one, and 610 at the front of this IAME Cadet field is leading. A little bit further back, Joey Waters seems to have got away okay. And Jack Harper dropping to the back. There is some problems, I think, for Harper. But for the time being, it is Ada O'Brien, who was one of the pace setters earlier on this morning. Had some trouble and fell down the order a little bit, but fought back unbelievably to get back up towards the top. So O'Brien will lead Harney to complete the opening lap of proceedings here in Heat 2 of the IAME Cadets. Harley Brereton third, then Tucker Frayne, Mate Dabija in fifth, then it is Sam McCullough, Killian O'Sullivan, Joey Waters, Nicholas Yodesius ahead of Daniel Crowe, Elliot Greenough, and it is Will Larkham, Jack Harper, Tiernan O'Brien, Teddy Houlihan, and Yanis Dobrin, who has not taken to the circuit. So Ada O'Brien out in first, 13th in the championship last season, had a best result of 7th in a final. We'll be hoping for higher than that here today, given the pace. 2 TKC podiums last season, to 5th in the championship in Tullyallow. Jack Harney putting O'Brien under a huge amount of pressure on the run down towards the first corner, and now pulls out a line and is down into the braking of turn number 1. On the inside goes Jack Harney. Ada O'Brien looking to hold it around the outside, and Ada does. But this is a very, very tricky manoeuvre to pull off, and that is done by Jack Harney. O'Brien not able to continue around the outside, and now Harley Brereton may be looking for this one in the 4 Brereton Brothers racing effort. Tucker Frayne as well, who was up towards the top in heat number 1, finds himself in 4th position. Leader of our novices is Sam McCullough in first, who unfortunately didn't get a classified finish in heat number 1 due to missing bodywork on the kart, so the number 606 not a classified finish. Making the step up from Bambino Racing. IAME Bambino was second in the 2025 TKC Bambino Championship. Of course, now MI IAME Bambino. So Jack Harney race lead, Ada O'Brien in second, and it is Harley Brereton, Tucker Frayne, Mate Dabija, all within the first group here. And then a little bit behind is Sam McCullough, Killian O'Sullivan, Nicholas Yodesius, who I don't mean to mention TKC 3 times in a row here, but he won last week in this category. So, confirmation that Yanis Dobrin, no start. The other 15 all running here with 3.5 minutes to go in Kiltorcan. One of the prizes this season in the IAME Championship is all these cadet racers will get 2 new free sets of tyres just for entering. So it'll be interesting to see when they use them. Of course, different tyre rules in Rotax as well, in terms of your wet tyre selection, where you're only allowed one brand new wet tyre per race event. But nice and sunny and dry here today, thankfully, so it's looking like wet tyres won't need to be used, but this is Ireland, so you never truly know. 2.5 minutes to go here in this one. Jack Harney leads Ada O'Brien. Harley Burton has fallen down in the battle with Tucker Frayne and Mate Dabija. Blue flags being waved for our race leaders, and Harney and O'Brien have dispatched Teddy Houlihan effectively. Teddy in his first season of kart racing, and look, if you keep it on the track, you're doing a good job, is usually the sentiment for the novices. So Teddy will learn a lot this weekend, but a strong effort nonetheless. So race leaders down towards the first corner. Harney leads O'Brien. Back in third place then is Harley Burton. Harley from Rathangan, of course, just as is 3 other brothers. Was fourth in the 2025 RMC Micro Max. Was racing Rotax last season. This season racing IAME. Had the 1 win, and that was in the last round in Nuts Corner, and it was a really deserved win for Harley Burton, who we're looking at now. He absolutely deserved that race win given his efforts last season. Was second in T4 Mini. Had a win in that as well. And had a win at the IGP. Not in the final, but in the pre-final. So a lot of winning for Harley Burton in 2025. A keen wakeboarder, would you believe? Which is quite interesting for someone from Kildare, given they don't have a shore or a coastline. But nevertheless. So 1 more lap after this one for our race leaders, and Jack Harney still leading Ada O'Brien, and O'Brien starting to tread the needle a little bit here. This is exactly what happened in the first heat. O'Brien got off the line well, then just kind of fell back a little bit, and towards the end of the race really put the hammer down. It's going to need a lap of the gods to take this race win off Jack Harney. Harley Burton under pressure from Tucker Frayne and Mate Dabija, but Dabija is looking for the move on Frayne here more than anything. Burton's kind of escaped the onslaught here from Dabija, and it's Frayne in the Kart Republic chassis that is getting all the trouble. But there'll be no denying this one for Jack Harney, and it is going to be a heat win, but there's a bit of contact between the battle behind, between Frayne and Dabija. Who's going to get this one? Harney beats O'Brien. Burton comes home in third. Who gets fourth? It is going to be Tucker Frayne ahead of Mate Dabija. Great fight between those two at the end. A couple of apologies there, so there was contact made. Sam McCullough wins the novice fight and comes home in 6th. Then in 7th is Killian O'Sullivan, Joey Waters in 8th ahead of Daniel Crowe. Elliot Greenough in 9th, Jack Harper, Will Larkham, Tiernan O'Brien. Then it is Teddy Houlihan. And unfortunately a non-finish for Odysseus and Dobran. Junior X30 up next, folks. So we have had one kart stop on track on the in-lap. There will be a brief track hold to recover that vehicle, but it will be Junior X30 up next, taking the win there as well. So Heat 3, or Heat 2 I should say, sets to be an exceptional one, but we will just be recovering that cadet kart that has stopped out on track, and then we will have X30 Junior coming up next. Then it'll be X30 Senior. Then we will have our third heat of Rotax racing, and then into our finals. So stick around, folks. We have an afternoon filled with karting excitement. Crack open an Easter egg, pop on the kettle, and stay around here on Vantage Point Video. Now engines return to asphalt. We've had all the cadets cleared up, and it is time for the Junior X30. Ben McCloughery on pole position alongside Jack McLaughlin. Row 2, Chad Lehman and Bobby Conley. Senan McLaughlin, Danny Dempsey, row 3. Then it's John Foley Jr. ahead of Sophie Campbell, Eric Gilson and Jamie Mulvey, Zach Burke, James Nolan, Joey Kearney, Martin Shannon, Declan Purvis, Ian Carey, Cavan Hayes, Charlie Blair, Mikey Kelly, Jack Murphy, Danny Carroll, Danny Mulvey, and Liam Buckley. It was a great start from row 2 from Chad Lehman last time round. So keep an eye on him to challenge McCloughery at the front of this one again. So Ben McCloughery at T-Sport will be on the inside as they separate towards the tram lines. It's a very slow race start. Ben McCloughery. And now they accelerate. And it is go. Great start once again. Chad Lehman on the inside, but Jack McLaughlin is much better suited to hold it round the outside this time round, and will be putting Ben McCloughery under pressure here in towards the hairpin. It is McCloughery, McLaughlin, Lehman, Bobby Connolly then behind in fourth. We have 3 or 4 off of the first corner. And they are picking the carts out of the gravel. One of them is Danny Dempsey by the looks of things, who was a front runner in this. All seem to have got going, so we should remain under green flag running, but there was a bit of a car park. Dempsey looks to be stuck in the gravel. And as they come down to turn number 1, yellow flags are out. It is Jack McLaughlin who leads Ben McCloughery here. Then it's Lehman. And both of the turn 3 carts were caught up again, so Sophie Campbell is actually the one that's stuck in the gravel. We are under a full course yellow here rather than a red. So full course yellow, the race will continue on. No overtaking allowed and must be at a slower speed. This is all due to carts being picked up. Mikey Kelly, one of them. Seems like they've all but Mikey Kelly got going. So once Kelly gets going, we will be full green flag racing again. But it is a fairly spaced out X30 grid. That's more what we kind of expected from X30. They were very well behaved this morning. So those caught up in it was Eric Gilson and Cavan Hayes, Sophie Campbell, Martin Shannon, Ian Carey, John Foley, and then the 3 badly affected, Danny Dempsey, Charlie Blair and Mikey Kelly, who are way, way behind in this. Some of Danny's team were shouting for a red. Surprised there wasn't a red, to be honest, but we do have full course yellow procedures here at Kiltorcan, which is great due to the lighting systems. Oh, they were weaving all the way to green flag, and that got very close between McLaughlin and McCloughery, but away they go, and Ben McCloughery is challenging Jack McLaughlin, heading down into the left-hander. Contact almost made between the two. Chad Lehman done very well to avoid it, but Jack McLaughlin still leads Ben McCloughery round through the triple left-hander, and this is getting very tasty between the two. The Brennan Tech driver versus the T-Sport driver. We have another one pulled aside, but they've got back going once again. I think that was Liam Buckley. And we've 2 in the wall. We have 2 in the wall, and is that Buckley again? I'm not too sure, but we are under yellow once again. Still race on though. There will have to be full course yellow proceedings. That is in a dangerous position with two drivers stood out of the carts, but Jack McLaughlin now leads Chad Lehman, who leads Ben McCloughery, and Jamie Mulvey doing excellent. Local yellows here. There is carts literally stopped all over Kiltorcan, and they all fly their way through the left-hander. Cart not been cleared, but driver in a safe position. And that was Liam Buckley and Declan Purvis who went into the wall. So Buckley was going slowly. Not sure, he mustn't have seen Purvis or something, or Purvis mustn't have seen him. Here we go then. It is McLaughlin who leads Lehman. And Chad Lehman putting the pressure on here. It is a fantastically talented top three. Chad Lehman of Newry pressuring the race leader. Oh, they get bunched up, and Chad Lehman now has the run here on McLaughlin, and Lehman's ahead. Chad Lehman leads in the X30 Juniors. Jack McLaughlin now is immediately under pressure from McCloughery. McLaughlin goes down the inside, and Ben McCloughery now has got the little up and under, but he's boxed off. He's boxed off by McLaughlin. And keep an eye on the other McLaughlin, Senan McLaughlin, who is in this fight as well. Senan McLaughlin behind in the luminous yellow race suit and the white. And then behind them is DMS's Jamie Mulvey, or sorry, NCM's Jamie Mulvey. Too many three-letter team names. And McCloughery almost getting past McLaughlin. Chad Lehman's gone. He's got the bit between his teeth, and he has pulled the gap. Very important now for Ben McCloughery to get past ASAP if he has his sights set on winning this race. And just under 2 minutes to go here in the X30 Juniors. We have another cart beached at the first corner, but that still could have been there from the opening lap incident. So Chad Lehman in the race lead here, number 705. The 2019 Irish Bambino champion. Look how far he's come since then. Started racing at the age of 4. Was 5th in this championship last season and took 2 second places in finals. Never quite took the win. Could it be a win today in 2026 in the opening round for Chad Lehman? Long way to go. Jack McLaughlin's just put in the fastest lap of the race. So when McLaughlin looked down and out of this one, he has recovered excellently. Bobby Connolly, James Nolan and Zach Burke all getting past Jamie Mulvey, and Mulvey's been taken again by Joey Kearney this time, I think. So Mulvey dropping down the order fairly quick. 0.2 of a second the gap between Lehman and McLaughlin, but crucially there is a back marker that they're going to come up on here, and that is it's Cavan Hayes, is it? I think it is Cavan Hayes. Yeah, blue flags are out here. And Chad Lehman's got to navigate this exceptionally. Ideally wants it just down the straight, fairly simple. He can almost try and box in, but this will be the last lap of the race if he can just stick behind the lapper and use it to his advantage. This could work out nicely for Chad, but in towards the hairpin. Jack McLaughlin still putting in some quick times, but Lehman was quicker on the last lap. And Jack McLaughlin, is he close enough? No, not quite. This is looking good for Lehman, unless it gets properly held up here by the back marker, but it's not a back marker due to pace, it's a back marker. And oh, he looked for it, Chad. He looked for it down the inside. Risky, but that's worked out. And Chad Lehman has got to come home and win the heat ahead of Jack McLaughlin and Ben McCloughery in third. And that will be that. It was Sophie Campbell, not Cavan Hayes. So Campbell's ran at the front, knows how the leaders run. But it is Chad Lehman, Jack McLaughlin and Ben McCloughery on the podium. Senan McLaughlin in fourth, Bobby Connolly in fifth. Then it was Zach Burke, James Nolan, Jamie Mulvey, Joey Carney, Jack Murphy rounds out your top 10. Danny Carroll in 11th, ahead of Eric Gilson, Danny Murphy, Martin Shannon, Cavan Hayes, Sophie Campbell, Danny Dempsey, and your non-finishers were Liam Buckley, Declan Purvis, John Foley, Ian Carey, Charlie Blair, and Mikey Kelly in what was a controversial X30 Junior race. We most certainly will have a track call here to collect some carts, I should say, because they're quite practically everywhere. But we have X30 Seniors coming up after, folks. All carts are recovered. Let's go racing again then, shall we? It's our final IAME heat before we get to the finals. And now it is time for the Senior X30s. This was a great race this morning, with the two Buckleys going toe to toe. It'll be Jack who starts on pole, Sean Hogan in second, Tig Buckley in third. Then further down the order, Adam Holmes in fourth, Luke Agnew in fifth, Ronan Hennessy in sixth, and it is Michaela Hart, Jamie English, Rory O'Connor, Robbie Buckley, Aaron Murphy, Warren Russell, Emer Carey, Josh Allen, Shane Crosby, Daniel Kavanagh, Joel Murphy, Adam Blaney, Jack Crockwell, and Shane O'Neill. And that gives you your grid of Senior X30s as they're heading in through the final corner now. On the inside into turn one is the two Buckleys. On the outside it is Hogan and Holmes. Thumbs up being given, and now we accelerate, and once again it is going to be Buckley by Buckley in towards turn number one, and oh, that's a very poor start for Sean Hogan, who's been pushed out wide, and it is Adam Holmes who finds himself in third position with Luke Agnew gaining spots. Great start for Michaela Hart, and Hart is up into fifth position as well, gaining up from seventh on that inside line. Horrible, horrible, horrible start for Sean Hogan. So in through the hairpins, no big moves being made, although Michaela Hart always looking for an opportunity, and she was looking for an opportunity, but has now just been overtaken as a result of that. But they come through the start-finish line. It is Jack Buckley leading from Tig Buckley, Adam Holmes in second, Luke Agnew in fourth, and Sean Hogan, Jamie English, Ronan Hennessy, Michaela Hart, Robbie Buckley, Warren Russell, your top 10. And it is Aaron Murphy, Rory O'Connor, Emer Carey, and it is Joel Murphy, Josh Allen, Daniel Kavanagh, Jack Crockwell, and Adam Blaney. Ahead of Shane Crosby and Shane O'Neill, but Shane O'Neill has some problems and is trundling around the back. So number 817 having some issues and is running very slow indeed. It is clearly some mechanical issue. This car doesn't even sound too correct. So still Buckley and Buckley up the front. Jack leading Tig. Jack just pipping Tig by 0.017 of a second. Ronan Hennessy starting to put the pressure on Jamie English as well in the mid-pack. But up the front, what can Adam Holmes and Luke Agnew do to touch the stronghold, strong grasp? The almighty wall that is the Buckleys at the front of an IAME X30 Senior grid. Well, going by the last lap times, absolutely nothing, because Jack Buckley purple with a 47 flat, Tig Buckley second, 47.1, Adam Holmes in third, 47.2. Although Luke Agnew did do a 47 flat as well, so is this a case of heat number one repeating itself again, where Luke Agnew is the big challenger to the top two, rather than, say, Holmes or Hogan? Could well be. Down towards turn number one. And in through the first sector. Still no challenge emerging to our front runners. Michaela Hart is starting to challenge Robbie Buckley. And those two had a great fight in TKC last week. So expect some fireworks. Warren Russell and Aaron Murphy fighting now. And Warren has just lost the spot. That's actually Joel Murphy, who's just whipped through about three of them in as many corners. So Joel Murphy, 8:08, doing very well. Broke down in qualifying, did Joel. So he has the pace, but he is coming from the back. Top 5 also similar on pace, that they cannot be separated, which is a rather frustrating feeling if you're a car or a racing driver, where you're giving it absolutely everything, but you just cannot catch the cart in front. And that's what is happening really with our leader fight here, is that they are all so similar that there physically can't be a difference. So Robbie Buckley managing to get past Jamie English. That leaves him in 6th, English in 7th, Ronan Hennessy in 8th, Michaela Hart in 9th, Joel Murphy then in 10th. Two and a half minutes to go here in this one. It's not the wheel-to-wheel battling we had in heat number 1, but it's still oh so close that one little mistake from anyone up the front could mean there is an overtaking opportunity. There's a mid-pack forming as well. Aaron Murphy, Rory O'Connor, Emer Carey, Josh Allen, all in very close proximity. So it was about this point in the race where Tyke Buckley launched his attack earlier on and was able to get the move done on his brother, but he's a bit further away this time round. So Luke Agnew finally dispatching Adam Holmes and up to 3rd place. Is it too little too late for Agnew, or is there something left in this race for him? Fastest lap in this one, actually belonging to Ronan Hennessy in 7th position. Ronan from Clonakilty in Cork. Raced abroad in the IAME Euro Series and the Warrior Finals. Big rally and GAA fan is Ronan Hennessy. He's currently in 7th, but does hold the fastest lap in the race. 2 laps to go here. And it's still Jack Buckley who leads Tyke Buckley. Last lap Agnew did catch them both, but it was only by 1/10 of a second, so it is just too little too late. Maybe in the final, if he is able to start in front of Adam Holmes, which I imagine he will be, he may be able to challenge that way, but it just seems like whatever the two Buckleys have in this in IAME machinery, it's just too much for everyone else. Makes no sense at times, but that is the way it is. So Jack Buckley leads Tig Buckley through the final couple of corners. And it is going to be 2 from 2 for the double champ. And Jack Buckley will lead home Tig to take the win here in heat number 2 and pole for the final. Third place, Luca Gnu. Then it is Adam Holmes in fourth, ahead of Sean Hogan, Robbie Buckley, Ronan Hennis, Jamie English and Michaela Hart in ninth. Then Joel Murphy in 10th, ahead of Aaron Murphy. Then it is Rory O'Connor ahead of Emer Carey, Josh Allen, Daniel Kavanagh, Jack Craughwell, Shane Crosby and Adam Blaney in 18th, with 2 non-finishers, Warren Russell and Shane O'Neill. So that is your X30 Senior race here, folks. And that concludes IAME Heat action. They'll be heading on to their finals, which will be starting in under an hour. We do need to return to Rotax Max action, of course, with their third heats. No qualifying for Rotax. They do 3 heats rather than 2. And it'll be the entertaining Micro Maxes that are up next. Final heat of the day for our Micro Maxes. On pole position, Ben Nicholson, and alongside him, Harry Lee. So we've had a spinner here on the warm-up lap. Hopefully they'll get going. Now Cassell starts from 4th. Then Mason Monaghan, Ollie Williamson, Ben Daly, Dawson Jones, Robbie Lyons, Ollie McKiernan, Cooper Devant, and Ryan Spratt. No, they're picking that card up out of the gravel, so that's not going to get started. And that is Ollie McKiernan, who has been the pace setter here today. That is disastrous. Coming towards the tram. Oh, we're about 4 wide here. Are they going to let them go? They are. They're going to let them go here. An unorthodox racing start, but nonetheless, Ben Nicholson leads. No, Harry Lee leads. So Harry Lee in the lead ahead of Ben Nicholson. They're about 4 wide coming across the start-finish line, but nonetheless, we are off and we are racing. And Ollie McKiernan, who's been the pace setter today, has to just sit and watch. And Ryan Spratt takes a little spin round, but Spratt is back out and is going again. Annoyed at himself, actually, for that little spin. Nonetheless, Harry Lee is off and at the front here, which is sort of what he's missed today. He's been caught in fights and in battles, where now he can just get the head down and go for it. Battle for second, lunge down the inside. Ben Daly gets the move done. And that was a cracker on his fellow namesake, Ben Nicholson. And Ben Daly of DMS is really performing well here today. Was 3rd in the final in Nuts Corner. He'd like more than 3rd in the final here today, I think. See, I would have said it would have been between himself, McKiernan, and Lee in the final, but Ollie McKiernan's starting position is going to be severely hampered because of this spin. So we'll have to wait and see where he will start. So Lee leads, Daly, Williamson, Nicholson, Monaghan, Murray, Darcy, Devant, Jones, Lyons, Cassells, and Spratt, with Ollie McKiernan stood watching. Race start under investigation, to the surprise of no one, I think. It was a unique one nonetheless. It's your first time, if this is your first ever karting race that you've watched, folks, if you've just clicked it on YouTube out of nowhere, that's not what's supposed to happen. But nonetheless, we carry on. 3.5 minutes plus 1 lap to go. Harry Lee back in his natural habitat, cruising towards the front. There is a fight behind, though, between Michael Darcy, and Michael Darcy's got that position. Was 4th in Nuts Corner, Michael Darcy, and he's now got ahead of Mason Monaghan, still side by side in that fight. And you can see them here heading through the sweepers. Fastest lap on the last lap for Ben Daly. I think he's just too far back to claw in Harry Lee with how long we have left. 2 minutes and 20 seconds plus 1 lap to be precise. No, matched Ty Lee in the last lap. It was the fast lap of the race for Daly, but because he just went 300ths quicker than Ty Lee, so they're both matching each other, certainly. Ben Nicholson lost 3 further positions on that lap. That was in that fight with Michael Darcy, Mason Monaghan and Dawson Jones. And yellows are out. Bit of a rejoin there from someone, but it's given Rian Spratt 2 positions. And that is Robbie Lyons, who went round 111 in the DMS kart. So Robbie has rejoined. Rian Spratt getting through. Gap closed by a 10th again. Another fastest lap for Ben Daly. So Daly is the quickest of the bunch, but Harry Filey still doing an excellent job here. And in that fight, Corey Lyons and Rian Spratt towards the back, just heading through the triple lefts, and Rian Spratt is able to hold the inside, so learning defensive moves from his dad is Rian. And that was a nice one there. 2 laps to go. Not including this one, so this one and 2. Still a fight going on here for third between Ollie Williamson and Michael Darcy, and Michael Darcy has got ahead of Ollie Williamson here. Yep, Michael Darcy up onto the podium, getting ahead of Williamson, lapping quicker than him, but caught Williamson, passed Williamson, so excellent stuff from Michael Darcy. But Ollie Williamson of Portadown, still going to get a decent finish here. Started out in a Yamaha quad, and then moved to an India kart and raced ovals at age 6 in Scotland. In England. And up north, of course. A big football fan is Ollie Williamson. But this heat belongs in the history books under the name of Harry Filey, who will be coming for the final couple of corners now to take the race victory. Second place will be Ben Daly. Those two are on a different level pace-wise compared to the field. The big talking point from Heat 3 in the Micro Maxes is what could have been for Ollie McKiernan. Michael Darcy comes home in third. And then it'll be Ollie Williamson, Dawson Jones, Cooper Devant, Mason Monaghan, Robbie Lyons. I think Ben Nicholson and Rian Spratt have got caught up together. Yep, they have. They're both stuck at the top of the circuit. So a disappointing end for Nicholson and Spratt. That does give Cassels 2 positions. So a very interesting Micromax heat number 3. Mini Max coming up next. The very entertaining Rotax Mini Max class. And we'll see what happens very shortly. There you're looking at one of the wounded. That was Ben Nicholson. All okay, back going. We should only have 1 cart to collect, and that is Ollie McKiernan's. And then be back with Mini Max. So Rotax Mini Max are out on their warm-up lap. Evan McCloughery will start on pole position. Mitchell Campton in second, then Ollie Meredith in third. Isaac Ford will start from fourth with Hugh Richardson in fifth, and it will be Jaden McElhenney, Ben Lalu, Connor Keown, Oren Hendry, Freddie Turkington, Jude Devante, Robinson, Jack Miller, Billy Green, Danny Murphy, Corey Lyons, Alex O'Neill, and Lily Mae McGuckin. So McCloughery and Campton on the front row, but expect Ollie Meredith on row 2 on the inside to get a very good start here. The winner in the final in round number 1 as they head towards the green light. And now we go racing, and that is a good start off the front row. But Ollie immediately looking for this one and trying to get past Evan McCloughery. Down the inside and into the race lead goes Ollie Meredith. As expected, Evan McCloughery still in second. Mitchell Campton follows through. Jack Miller, a fast starter as well. And these shoveled up Rotax grids really do provide some interesting racing, but you have a driver of Ollie Meredith's calibre up the front. You expect big gap to be formed, and there you go. He leads the opening lap across the line. Evan McCloughery second, then it's Ben Lalu, Jaden McElhenney, Jack Miller, Mitchell Campton, Isaac Ford, Connor Keown, Ethan Robinson, Danny Murphy, Corey Lyons, Billy Green, Jude Devant, Freddie Turkington, Hugh Richardson, Oran Hendry, Lily Mae McGuckin. And no start for Alex O'Neill, who suffered problems earlier today. Oh, big move down the inside from Ben Lalu. Lovely overtake. Jaden McElhenney involved in this fight as well. Jack Miller, that was on Lalu now. Getting in front, the Oran Henry Racing driver. So Ollie leads. And Jaden McElhenney's gone plummeting down the order here. Where is McElhenney? So Ethan Robinson, big move down the inside. That's on Jack Miller, but wasn't able to pull it off. These two, I tell you what, two of the most ambitious overtakers in any class, but two of the best. They just chuck it down the inside and hope it works, and it really makes for great racing. But it is Jack Miller who defends from Ethan Robinson. OHR versus DMS. And now, there goes Robinson down the inside, and Ethan Robinson's got it done. And Ethan Robinson is ahead. Can Miller fight back? So Meredith and McCloughery still 1-2, but a new podium placer, and that is Ethan Robinson of Lisburn, who is in third. A Northern Irish Karting Association and Tullyallen Karting Championship champion in Bambino, racing the British Championships in this class, IAME Cadet as well. Danny Murphy managing to get ahead of Isaac Ford. That is Murphy up to 5th position, Ford down to 6th, Corey Lyons in 7th, ahead of Conor Keown in 8th, and Ben Lalu and Jude Devant in 10th position. McElhenney has recovered to 11th in whatever issue he had towards the start of this race, plummeted down the order on the second lap of proceedings. So it's been a disappointment for Jaden McElhenney this heat. They cycle their way through with 52 seconds plus 1 lap to go. Fastest lap of the race for Ollie Meredith, 51 flat. Here in this third heat of Rotax Mini Max. 2 more races before our first finals of the Motorsport Ireland National Karting Championship season. They're going to be entertaining ones. The heats have been building up anticipation nicely. So eager to see what is coming up this afternoon. And oh, little bit of a hip check while circling round through. And now pulled off is one of the OHR carts. There is a penalty being handed out as well. and that is for Jaden McElhenney. His day just gets worse, really. And that's Jack Miller who was hit and pulled off. So another front runner will start down towards the back due to incidents, and this time it will be Jack Miller. Oh, how disappointing that is for Miller. He's ran really well in the heats, and one moment of contact has caused him to pull aside. It will, however, be Ollie Meredith who takes the checker, and that is a dominant display here in heat number 3, and it really makes you wonder what he can do come the final. Evan McCloughery second, Ethan Robinson third, Danny Murphy, then Corey Lyons, Isaac Ford, Ben Lalu, and it is Conor Keown, Jude Duvant. After the penalty has been applied, McElhenney comes in 10th, unless Billy Green pops him here. Does Billy pop him? No, he doesn't. So Billy Green in 11th. Then Freddie Turkington, Mitchell Campton, Hugh Richardson, Lily Mae McGuckin. And a non-finish for Jack Miller, Oren Hendry. Or a non-start for Alex O'Neill. So, not the most exciting Mini-Max race in the world, but one with massive impact on the final. And that is Jack Miller, who got hit off and had to pull aside and will not get a classified finish. Therefore, will likely start down towards the back. We've 2 more heats coming up, and the first of those 2 is Rotax Junior Max, which is set to be a tasty affair. So once again, as per tradition, a brief hold on the action for a little bit of kart collection, but we'll have Junior Maxes coming up very shortly. We're good to go once again here in Kiltorcan. And it's time for Junior Maxes. Mitchell Elliott on pole position for this one. Liam O'Hagan in second. Ethan Barnwell in third. TJ McKay in fourth. Jesse Ray McCauley in fifth, ahead of Wesley Burton, and it's Pierre Carnet. Ben O'Keefe, Charlie Condy, Sam McHugh, Zach Battersby, and Nathan Hennessy in 11th and 12th position. So, Elliott, Barnwell inside line, O'Hagan, McKay outside line. Keep an eye on that outside line. Liam O'Hagan and TJ McKay, they have both been front runners today. Let's let these Junior Maxes play down towards the first corner. In towards the tram lines. Good start for Elliott, good start for O'Hagan. Down towards turn number one, and TJ McKay is looking for this one, and oh, there's four of them into each other. O'Keefe involved in it as well as one of the OHR carts. Charlie Condy involved too, and that's not the first time today that both O'Keefe and Condy have had their fair share of troubles. But it is Liam O'Hagan who leads, I believe, ahead of TJ McKay. Yellow flags are out. We've had one pulled aside with issues. And now through the final quarter they come, battling as they were. Race lead Liam O'Hagan, Ethan Barnwell, Wesley Bruton, Jesse Ray McCauley, TJ McKay fighting at the front. So Bruton doing an excellent job indeed. Yellows are out, so no overtaking. Bruton opts to bump Barnwell through the hairpin instead. And now once the green flags come out, racing all good again. Running order: O'Hagan, Barnwell, Bruton, McCauley, McKay, McHugh, Carnet, Condy, O'Keefe, Hennessy, Elliott and Battersby. Liam O'Hagan off and away with this one. That's why it is paramount for Wesley Bruton to make the overtake as soon as possible. Is the hairpin the best option? It was his closest point last lap, but the local yellow deterred him. No, not able to make it stick. TJ McKay is looking to try and get past Jesse Ray McCauley as well. TJ McKay in the grey cart with the orange suit. And McKay really close here to McCauley. Has to be a lunge into the hairpins. Surely this time for TJ McKay. There it goes down the inside. As cool as you like for TJ McKay. Oh, sorry, that's the other two. That's Bruton who's got past Barnwell. So McKay not making the move. Bruton has passed Barnwell nonetheless. Fastest lap on the last lap for Liam O'Hagan, 58.8, 59.3 for Bruton, but as you saw, he was making an overtake while setting that lap time. Fastest lap for Wesley Bruton. This is going to be a contest come the end of this one. Those involved in the incident at the start are all racing on, bar Mitchell Elliott and Zach Battersby. So Elliott not taking the line, obviously, as a penalty has just been handed out to Ethan Barnwell. He had three wheels out of the tram lines. So Ethan Barnwell has received a time penalty, which is very disappointing for him, as he's currently running in third position. Fastest lap once again for Liam O'Hagan. Gap pulling. Wesley Burton needing to turn the screw a little bit. The fastest lap's actually just come for Pierre Carnet, who is 4.3 seconds adrift of Jesse Ray McCauley. So Carnet doing excellent. And oh, we've won on the wall! That's the leader! That's Liam O'Hagan, who is into the wall. And a tyre has come loose. It is a big crash for O'Hagan. Wesley Burton now leads. And that is a disaster for the race leader, who was flying. And now his wheel is. So Wesley Burton, your new leader. TJ McKay in second. Jesse Ray McCauley in third. Head of Ethan Barnwell. Pierre Carnet's just done another fastest lap. He's got another position. All Liam O'Hagan can do is watch and assess what has just happened, but no doubt furious at what seems to be well, was it a mistake all on his own, or was it some sort of failure? I didn't quite catch it, but all I do know is his cart hit the wall and the tyre came bouncing off it. He thankfully, and more importantly, is okay. But the Junior Max win today is most certainly in the hands of Wesley Burton now, who won Heat 2, is on course to win Heat number 3. So local yellows removed now, meaning overtaking is allowed into that section of the track where Liam O'Hagan has crashed. Wesley Burton just getting quicker and quicker. Ben O'Keefe giving Charlie Condy a good run for his money now in the minor spots, and there's a yellow flag in towards turn number 1. Can't quite see it from the commentary position, but there is a cart being carried, meaning that's another one that's gone. Nathan Hennessy it is. So that's both our novice runners in this class out of this one, and Junior Max is becoming the new Le Mans by the looks of things, by trying to make the end. Last lap board shown for Wesley Burton of For Burton Racing. 6th in the 2024 T4 Junior Championship last season, and he was 7th in this championship. But he's going all about it the right way if he wants to improve on that result. Another Burton brother that enjoys some wakeboarding. But this race for Wesley, since the Liam O'Hagan incident, has been the calmest sea. And now he flies through the hairpin to take the win here at Kiltorcan. It's the second heat win of the day for Wesley Burton, and no doubt will start on pole for the final. TJ McKay comes home in second. Jesse Ray McCauley comes home in third. Pierre Carnet beats Ethan Barnwell due to Barnwell's penalty. Charlie Condy will stay behind Barnwell. However, Ben O'Keefe wasn't able to overtake him on the last lap, so O'Keefe in 7th. And that's all she wrote for the runners. Only 7 making the finish, with Hennessy, O'Hagan and McHugh having a plethora of issues and out. One more heat race before the finals. Senior Max. But, as is tradition, we have a few carts to collect. So that will be in a few moments' time, folks. While we have a brief pause in the action, folks, just to keep you clued in on what's happening. Carts being collected now. We will have our Senior Max and Senior Max 177 combined race coming up shortly, and then we will have all our finals. A big thanks, of course, to the Caricature Motor Club, organisers of this event, and all the relevant persons who have been heavily involved in making sure this runs as smooth as it has. Big thanks to all the sponsors: Timing.ie, Oran Henry Racing, IRL Motorsports, Kiltorcan, Carney Engineering, Thomastown, Cresh and Montessori, Brennan Tech Racing Team, and of course the Caricature Motor Club and Motorsport Ireland. We're here live on Vantage Point Video. If you are enjoying what you're seeing so far, there will be more action returning throughout the year, so make sure to pop a subscription on VPV. And if you yourself are interested in racing go-karts in Ireland, make sure to check out the Rotax Max Challenge and IAME Ireland Series on your chosen social media. So now for Senior Max, on pole position, Hugo Coleman, Daniel Spillane alongside in second, then Ben Connolly, Lincoln Bevan, Charlie Gardner, Joseph McMahon, Aaron Coogan, Keith Burke, Mark Quinn, Carter Mooney, Noah Taylor, Sean Cooney, Dylan McDermott, Ruben Kernahan, Ewan Miller and Daniel Kilpatrick. And then in the 177 race, it is Dennis Cherry, Anthony O'Connell, Porrick Dowdle, Ben McDowell, Brian Cherry, Sean Spratt, Mark Shields. So effectively, the front runners in the two heats this morning in both classes are starting down the back, which in theory should make this an absolute barnstormer. But let's have a look then down towards the first corner. It is Coleman on the inside, two DMS carts behind, and now they go racing in towards T number one. Hugo Coleman's been done round the outside, and they're all been collected. I think it's Carter Mooney and Keith Burke who have made a bit of a collision there, definitely Burke. Now the 177s head to turn number 1, and Sean Spratt, the winner of the opening 2 heats this morning, has already got a couple of places. Daniel Spillane of T-Sport out in front in the 162 field. And someone's Rotax engine sounding horrific as it comes past us. But it's all change up the top here in Rotax Senior Max 162. And Carter Mooney, if it is Carter Mooney, really has to pull in. His car does not sound good. Spillane leads, Burke second, so it wasn't Keith Burke, apologies. It was Aaron Coogan, his teammate, who went off at turn number 1. McMahon, Bevan, Coleman, McDermott, Cooney, Kilpatrick, Connolly, Miller, Kernahan, Taylor, Quinn, and then Carter Mooney. It's one of the DMS carts that sounds like an absolute bag of nails running and is into the pits after that initial contact. Charlie Gardner it is. So Mooney and Gardner both involved in the incident at the first corner. But Daniel Spillane leads by over a second and a half. Keith Burke in second position. Joseph McMahon in third. Dylan McDermott then gets ahead of Lincoln Bevan, and Dylan McDermott is trying to recover from a disastrous heat 2 for him. And McDermott is now up to third. He's got ahead of Joseph McMahon as well, and Bevan is looking to try and get past on McMahon, as is Ewan Miller. And Daniel Kilpatrick is in amongst this fight as well in number 420. And contact between a few. Little bit of nudging, but rubbing is racing, as they say. Maybe not in Rotax karting, but certainly in some forms of motorsport. Down towards the first corner they go. And side by side, Ewan Miller, Daniel Kilpatrick. Ruben Kernahan is lunging through the field as well. He's got past Sean Cooney, who you can see in the background. And that is Kernahan, who's just taking that tight inside line. A black and white flag being shown to Aaron Coogan. Daniel Spillane slowly being clawed in by Keith Burke at the front of this one. Keith Burke, who scored a podium in the Tillotson Championship last season, racing Rotax this season. Doing an exceptional job for it, and Daniel Kilpatrick now is fighting with Joseph McMahon, and McMahon is on the outside of Kilpatrick, but Kilpatrick is in front and remains in front. Ruben Kernahan is on the fight of this battle now after getting ahead of Lincoln Bevan, and Bevan is now down to 7th place under pressure from Ewan Miller. And now down the inside goes Ruben Kernahan. That's a great move. Gets past Joseph McMahon and is able to hunt down Daniel Kilpatrick. So it is Daniel Spillane in the race lead. Keith Burke second. Dylan McDermott in third. Then it's Daniel Kilpatrick ahead of Ruben Kernahan and Joseph McMahon behind. An exceptional top 5 talent-wise here in the Rotax Senior Max. In the 177 race, not to forget about them, it is Anthony O'Connell who leads Sean Spratt, and Sean Spratt may be looking for the move on DMS's Anthony O'Connell fairly soon. So 2 minutes and 15 plus 1 lap to go here in the final heat race of the day before we get to the finals. And Daniel Spillane is looking to hold on for dear life here as Keith Burke slowly but surely starts to catch him. But Dylan McDermott is there as well. One misplaced move for Keith Burke, and Dylan McDermott is going to swoop this one up. Keith very close now in the fight for the front. Daniel Spillane. Oh, there goes Burke. Nudge between McDermott and Burke, and Dylan McDermott is through and into second position. Crucial move from the O-plate runner as he heads down towards turn number 1. Now, right behind Daniel Spillane. Can it be an overtake of similar effectiveness for Dylan McDermott? Defensive for Spillane. Dermott goes to the outside, and Daniel Kilpatrick is here as well. It's a four-way fight for the win at Heat 3 in the Senior Maxes. Daniel Spillane has a minute and a lap to hold on here for what would be a monumental heat result. It is only the heats, but still means absolutely everything to these Rotax racers. Where can Dylan McDermott get creative? Will it be into the same section of track that he overtook Keith Burke in? It won't. He will stay behind for the time being. Now they weave their way down. Daniel Kilpatrick right behind as well. And look at this, they're side by side on exit. Dylan McDermott boxed off by Spillane, who still just about remains in front, nudging, bumping, racing their way through. Ruben Kernahan is on the back of these as well. This is an absolute stacked fight for the race win, and Daniel Spillane is still doing it. One more lap after this one, but it's going to be tough. He's got to get every ounce of skill, of speed, of commitment that he has, put it all together and put it into this last lap if he wants to try and defend. From Roscommon's Dylan McDermott through the final corner now. 1 to go, last lap board at the ready here in Kiltorcan for the final lap of heat number 3. Dylan McDermott lunges it down the inside. Is it able to come off this time? It just about isn't, and Daniel Spillane still holds on, but Dylan McDermott finds a way as he always does. Oh, and he's almost lost it. He has lost it. Through goes Daniel Kilpatrick. McDermott finally got the job done, and it was thrown away just as quick. Daniel Kilpatrick leads, and oh, there's more contact. There's more contact through there, and that is Spillane's efforts. Oh, all the effort he put into keeping that one, and it is gone, unfortunately. It's going to be Kilpatrick who takes the win, McDermott in second. What a chaotic final lap here in Kiltorcan. Ruben Kernahan will end up on the podium as well. Daniel Kilpatrick wins ahead of Dylan McDermott. Ruben Kernahan in third. Lincoln Bevan in fourth. Then Keith Burke, Joseph McMahon, Ewan Miller, Carter Mooney, Noah Taylor, and Ben Conley to round out the top 10. In the 177s, it's going to be Ben McDowell who will beat Sean Spratt. So if Spratt doesn't take the clean sweep of heat wins, then it'll be Mark Shields ahead of Anthony O'Connell. Ooh, what a race that one was. And that wasn't even the final. Imagine what the Senior Max final is about to produce. Well, folks, we won't have to wait too long, because the first of our finals, which will be IAME Cadet, is coming up in just a few moments. So, folks, it is the final countdown for the finals of the opening round of the Motorsport Ireland National IAME Championship and the finals for the second round of the All-Ireland Rotax Max Challenge. We've had some cracking heat races today, but this is really where everything means everything. There's nothing like winning a final. Final preparations from the marshalling teams. And then we will get going. This one will be 7 minutes. Now what? It'll be 9 minutes plus 1 lap. Then the juniors will be 10 plus a lap. Seniors 11 plus a lap. And the same for Rotax. Bar micros, which will be 7. Pole position for the final belongs to Ada O'Brien. Harley Burton will line up alongside. Then it's Mate Dabija, Killian O'Sullivan, Joey Waters, Jack Harper, Daniel Crowe, Jack Harney, Elliot Greenough, Will Larkham, Nicholas Eudesius, Tucker Frayne, Tiernan O'Brien, Sam McCullough, and Teddy Houlihan to round out. So Ada O'Brien on pole alongside Harley Burton, and then keep an eye on Mate Dabija and Killian O'Sullivan in third and fourth. This should be a good one. So, through the final corners now, this is what all the racing today has been for. You could win this or lose this at turn number 1. And Ada O'Brien will be looking to pull the gap as quickly as possible from Mate Dabija behind. Here they come towards the tram lines then as we go racing in Kiltorcan for the IAME Cadet final. Great start O'Brien, great start Dabija. Harley Burton files into third place. And they're we've had 2 have problems at the race start. The rest are all safely through, and Mate Dabija has been clipped by Harley Burton, and round he goes, and that will be day done for Dabija in terms of the final win. Contact after a move from Harley Burton. Stewards may well take a look at that one. But Ada O'Brien is off and away at the front of this 9 minute plus a lap race. It will be a 10-lap affair. Could even be 11, depending on how quick the times are running through. But Ada O'Brien leading ahead of Harley Burton in second. Third, Killian O'Sullivan, then Jack Harney, Jack Harper, Joey Waters, Tucker Frayne, Sam McCullough, Daniel Crowe, Will Larkham, Elliot Greenough, Mate Dabija, Nicholas Eudesius, Tiernan O'Brien and Teddy Houlihan round out the order. So Dabija is going still, but way down the order in 12th position. Very disappointingly for Mate. So circling through. Gap the last time was 1.1 between O'Brien and Burton. Hasn't come down at all. For the sake of entertainment, you would like it to, but it hasn't. 1.4. Fastest lap of the race goes to Jack Harney in the number 617. Fourth in the IAME Cadet Championship last year was Jack Harney, and took 1 race win at this very location near Ballyhale, County Kilkenny, at the fabulous Kiltorcan Raceway. Mate Dabija trying to work his way past Will Larkham and gain a couple of positions after that early hiccup. But Ada O'Brien's gone. Absolutely gone at the front of this one. Took the opportunity and ran with it well and truly. Fastest lap for Jack Harney once again. But needs to try and work away past Brereton. Which he has. Harney's got ahead of Brereton at the first corner. So now what can Jack Harney do? Can Harney catch O'Brien? I definitely wouldn't rule it out, folks. So further down the order, Jack Harper leading the novices. Then it is Killian O'Sullivan. Tucker Frayne in 6th position. 7th is Joey Waters, and 3rd of the novices. So just under 5 minutes plus 1 lap to go here in the cadets, and there's some scrapping happening for some of the minor places here. That is Killian O'Sullivan fighting with Waters and McCullough. A bit of gravel kicked up actually there. As through the chicane they come. But there is your race leader, Ada O'Brien, Jack Harney, and Harley Brereton, and Harney slowly closing in, very slowly. But we have just crossed over the halfway point in this race, so one or two mistakes for O'Brien, and Harney's in this, but just needs those mistakes. With the way the racing has gone today, you can't just leave it for 1 lap to overtake. You've got to try and catch first. And then passes. Oh, Jack Harney almost running into some trouble with a lapped cart. So gap the last time round remained the same between our top two, and Ada O'Brien is going about winning this very effectively. Consistent, ultra consistent, and uber cool at the front. So 2.5 minutes plus 1 lap to go. Tucker Frayne has had a great fight back from the back. Currently running in 4th is Tucker. Only did 3 rounds last season, but looking at a full season this season, and really has been a good showing today from Tucker, despite having problems with scrutineers and different bits like that, which forced him down the back of the grid. The driving has been absolutely solid. Gap up the front has come down by another 2 seconds between Ada O'Brien and Jack Harney. Another 0.2 of a second. Not long left now for our race leaders. Gap has come down again. It's just not coming down enough for Jack Harney, though. Really, it's been an impressive effort from the T4 Nations Cup podium sitter, Jack Harney. a member of the Carrick-on-Suir Motor Club organising the event here today. Harney would have loved to win it, but Ed O'Brien has driven so well from this morning on. It's under the second for the first time. We have 3 laps to go. He can't, can he? Jack Harney cannot surely still win this race. The Knight Rider chassis is looking for a surprise attack here. No positional changes down the order, but we have lost Teddy Houlihan, who has pulled out of this one early. The gap is closer once again between O'Brien and Harney, and now it's down. Oh, it's still 8 tenths. If it was maybe 6, you would think it's possible. But not entirely sure. It'll be this and one more for Jack Harney, who's probably screaming at himself inside the helmet, just hoping he can catch. No, not close enough. Doesn't look like it'll be enough for Jack Harney, who's really given this a great effort at the front of this race. Harley Burton in no man's land in third currently. As yet 7 tenths of a second on the last lap is not going to be able to be caught by Jack Harney. And Ada O'Brien is going to come home to win this one. '13th in the championship last season for O'Brien. A best result of 7th. Well, that's not the case here today. It has been a masterclass from start to finish for Ada O'Brien, who wins for the first time in IAME Cadet. A really impressive performance from the number 6110. Jack Harney comes home in second. Harry Burton ahead of Tucker Frayne. Then it'll be Jack Harper ahead of Joey Waters in 5th and 6th. And in 7th position, recovering from the spin, will be Mate Davija. Sam McCullough will come home in 8th, ahead of Daniel Crowe in 9th, and Killian O'Sullivan in 10th. Elliot Greenhalgh in 11th, Will Larkham in 12th, Miklas Yodisus in 13th, Tiernan O'Brien in 14th, and unfortunately a non-finish for Teddy Houlihan. So that was Cadet. Junior X30 coming up shortly. So folks, for the first time in what feels like a year, we actually haven't had a break in between races to collect a stranded cart, and we roll on with things here with IAME X30 Junior. And it'll be Jack McLaughlin on pole, Ben McCloughery alongside. Row 2, Zach Burke, James Nolan. Row 3, Eric Gilson and Martin Shannon. Then from there onwards, it's Joey Carney, Danny Carroll, John Foley, Senan McLaughlin, Danny Dempsey, Ian Carey, Bobby Connolly, Cavan Hayes, Chad Lehman, Danny Mulvey, Jamie Mulvey, Jack Murphy, Declan Purvis, Liam Buckley, Mikey Kelly, Sophie Campbell and Charlie Blair. So Chad Lehman has received some sort of grid drop there. So McLaughlin, McCloughery on the front row as they head down and accelerate towards the line. It's a good start from Jack McLaughlin, but he's almost been clipped and spun round at the very first hurdle, and Ben McCloughery has fallen to fourth. We have a couple of incidents, but they get back going. All A-OK. I think it was Ian Carey who might have been involved in that. Big lunge from one of the DMS carts to get further up the order, and Dempsey, and oh, someone has gone up the back, but I think they're all A-OK. It was Jamie Mulvey from Kill County Kildare who was a tad bit airborne there for a second, it looked, but all good, no harm, no foul. Jack McLaughlin leading the X30 Junior final on the opening lap. But don't count this one out as done anytime soon. Second position then, not registering on the timing screen. But Zach Burke and James Nolan are up there. So Ben McCloughery currently in fourth. It's Zach Burke who's in second, in the number 708. 12th in the championship last season, had the best result of 5th. Racing for Norris Carey Motorsport. Behind them, Eric Gilson in 5th, then Senan McLaughlin, Danny Carroll, Joey Carney, John Foley, Chad Lehman. It wasn't Ian Carey who got hit round at the first corner, as Ian is in 11th. Fastest lap coming for McCloughery. Chad Lehman another 2 spots, and Danny Carroll's gone off. And Danny Carroll has pulled off and stopped at the very same corner where we had multiple X30s off earlier. Still Jack McLaughlin in the lead. Zach Burke chasing in hot pursuit. This could really be a tasty fight if it develops, because look at the lunge down the inside. Senan McLaughlin on Eric Gilson, or that's Gilson and back on McLaughlin, other way around, apologies. And they're side by side into the first corner. And a little bit of a nudge between the two. Ben McCloughery trying to find a way past James Nolan, but not able to do so, and there's a little flick in the rear of the Kart Republic chassis of Nolan, but he remains in a straight line for the time being. Jack McLaughlin being put under increasing pressure from Zach Burke at the front of this one. And Ben McCloughery down the inside of Nolan, and that time works out. That time is good from Ben McCloughery, who now sets his sights on the front too. Jack McLaughlin leads with 6 minutes and 45 seconds plus a lap to go here in this one. James Nolan in 4th, Senan McLaughlin in 5th, and there's a huge lunge from Chad Lehman on Ben McCloughery from out of nowhere. What a move from Chad. He's down on the timing screen as being 8th on the last lap. He's just dicing them and cutting them up. This is insane. So McLaughlin and Burke away at the front. It's all kicking off behind as it is Sennan, McLaughlin, McCloughery, Nolan, Gilsonan. Sennan, McLaughlin, all elbows out. And there's a move coming here behind those two. And that is Gilsonan on Nolan. So front two, they have a gap, but it's nothing that can't be closed by Sennan McLaughlin, who is fighting his way through. Swung about 4 elbows to get himself up to third, but he's up to third now, and I'm sure he plans on staying there. Your current running, or there's a penalty, sorry, being handed out here, just seeing on the screen. That's for Martin Shannon, who is down in 18th position. So 4.5 minutes to go. Jack McLaughlin, Zach Burke, 1-2, followed by Sennan McLaughlin, Ben McCloughery, James Nolan, Eric Gilsonan, John Foley, Danny Dempsey. That is Chad Lehman, Jamie Mulvey. To round out your top 10. Decent fight back this by Dempsey after what's been a horrid afternoon debut-wise in X30 Juniors, with multiple incidents causing him some trouble. His teammate Sophie Campbell has not had the greatest of days either. Jack McLaughlin up front for Brennan Tech. It was a Brennan Tech's Ada O'Brien that won the first final. Can they go 2 for 2? Was third in this championship last season with 1 win and 4 podiums. Competed in the first ever FIA Arrive and Drive World Cup. He finished 21st. But raced in the IAME Benelux Series in the 2022 IAME World Final as well, just to name a couple of his vast amount of achievements. Won the opening round of TKC as well here in 2026. He's looking to win the opening round of IAME's National Championship here in 2026 as well. And he's 2 minutes and 40 seconds to hold on. And Zach Burke is not lapping quick enough here. So now 2 minutes on the clock for the IAME X30 Juniors, our largest grid that has entertained from start to finish here today. Some truly excellent fights. But Jack McLaughlin has just turned the wick up when he needed to most. Wasn't really the outright pace setter all day, was Jack McLaughlin. There's been a couple of guys out front. Ben McCloughery was out front for a little bit. Sennan McLaughlin doing everything to try and catch these top two, but there's only a minute and a half plus 1 lap to go, and we have a kart failure by the looks of it, and Mikey Kelly of Norris Kerry Motorsport has just come trundling down pit lane. It's not been the last couple of months have not been good luck wise for Mikey Kelly. and hopefully a strong result in round 2 will see him back to the form we know he can race at. So Jack McLaughlin still in the race lead, and it's really not looking like Zach Burke will have enough to challenge unless he's got something that he can do in these final 2 laps. Good run from Burke through the first sector. Zach Burke, 12th in the championship last season. His best result was 5th, so it would still be a personal best result for Zach Burke. If he was able to take it, but why wouldn't he like so much more? 1 to go. Last lap board is out for McLaughlin, and to be honest, Zach Burke has to watch for 7 McLaughlin. McLaughlin tried it into turn 1, but wasted a really good opportunity because Burke just forced him to the outside curb. And this is good as golden from Jack McLaughlin. Through the final couple of corners, it will be the opening round of the season win for Brennan Tech's Jack McLaughlin. Up across the start-finish line, takes the win. Second place will go to Zach Burke. 7 McLaughlin will come home in 3rd. Then it will be Ben McCloughery in 4th, John Foley Jr., Eric Gilson, and Danny Dempsey, Chad Lehman, Ian Carey, Jamie Mulvey, Bobby Connolly. Then it is Joey Carney, Jack Murphy, Charlie Blair, Sophie Campbell, ahead of James Nolan, Cavan Hayes, Declan Purvis, and Liam Buckley. And that, folks, is IAME Junior X30. We will have Senior X30 coming up very shortly. So now IAME X30 Senior final. And Jack Buckley on pole position. Alongside him, Tig Buckley. Now, probably not part of the plan, because the plan for those two has been that Tig follows Jack through turn number 1. They pull a bit of a gap and then get away. But Luke Agnew is starting from 3rd, so he might have the benefit of that. In 4th then is Sean Hogan. Adam Holmes starts from 5th, then it's Robbie Buckley, Michaela Hart, Aaron Murphy, Emer Carey, Rory O'Connor, Ronan Hennessy, Daniel Kavanagh, Josh Allen, Joel Murphy, Shane Crosby, Jack Crockwell, Jamie English, Adam Blaney, Warren Russell and Shane O'Neill. So keep an eye on Agnew here. Can he cause some trouble for the Buckleys? And Sean Hogan on the outside as well, but 4th, a very difficult starting position here in Kiltorcan, and Jack Buckley is miles in front of the lot and gets away very well indeed. He has his pick of the lines through turn number 1. Tig Buckley then in 2nd, as there's a little bit of nudging, but for the most part we're all safely through turn number 1. Luke Agnew still in 3rd. But it is Buckley by Buckley they go. Agnew and Hogan battling, and Hogan's got past, and Sean Hogan now up to 3rd position, the championship contender from last season, and there's a massive fight going on for 3rd, but if they're not careful, the front two are going to get on up the road here, which they absolutely have done. It's a dream final start for Jack and Tig Buckley, who lead their way in towards the first corner. Robbie Buckley then 3rd, Adam Holmes, Sean Hogan, Luke Agnew, Michaela Hart, Rory O'Connor, Aaron Murphy, Ronan Hennessy, Emer Carey, Jamie English, Daniel Kavanagh, and there's Josh Allen, Adam Blaney, Shane Crosby, Jack Crockwell and Warren Russell in 18th. It's about as good a start as you could ask for, as we said, for the Buckleys. They were charging on even further, and Robbie Buckley fighting with Adam Holmes here. Holmes has got in front of Robbie Buckley. It's not going to be an all Buckley podium, surely. It just might be. Robbie Buckley fighting with Adam Holmes, but Holmes staying in front for the time being. Hogan, Agnew just behind them. And now Robbie Buckley bumping Adam Holmes in towards the braking zone. And side by side, that's a spot for Michaela Hart, who's just got past Rory O'Connor. And Rory O'Connor falls down the order. Michaela Hart of Cork, 6th last season, an X30 Junior with 2 podiums, making the step up to X30 Senior. It's a 4th season of racing for her. And Ronan Hennessy getting in front of Michaela now, down towards turn number 1. So Hennessy getting the job done. It's an all Cork battle there. Clonakilty for Ronan Hennessy, and it's nudging and pushing their way through, and Michaela Hart gives Ronan Hennessy the shove out off the track. Brilliant racing between the two. And now there's an OHR kart that's got involved in it as well, of Aaron Murphy. So it's a 3-way fight. So Jack and Tig Buckley up the front with 7 minutes and 40 seconds to go. Luke Agnew getting past Sean Hogan, then confirmation of Michaela Hart getting past Ronan Hennessy. Not that we needed it. Oh, and we're free wide through the hairpin. A little bit behind. I think it's Emer Carey and Daniel Kavanagh. No, Carey and Kavanagh. A little bit ahead of that fight. It was Crosby and Allen. So a penalty coming through, and that is for Emer Carey. That is a 3-second penalty for being outside the tram lines. So Meads Emer Carey picking up a penalty, but towards the back anyways. Will still probably affect her, as a lot of karts running in fairly close proximity. It's a best of the rest contest now. Tig and Jack Buckley totally checked out with 6 minutes on the clock. You're fighting for third. Buckley and Agnew, the two fighting for third specifically. But there is a whole train behind them that includes, but is not exclusive to, Adam Holmes and Sean Hogan. Sean Hogan, a teammate of the two Buckleys. There was both of them going for the championship last season. Sean Hogan took 3 wins and 1 third place. He is a former X30 Junior champion, just like Tig Buckley is. Sean Hogan won it back in 2021. Some trouble for Shane O'Neill, who was making his way into pit lane. I suspected flat by the looks of things. He was looking down the rear tyres, but he has made his way back into paddock assembly, and that will be day done for O'Neill, I'm afraid. Impressive drive this from Robbie Buckley to keep Luke Agnew behind. Luke Agnew is pushing for this one for T-Sport. Try to get a T-Sport on the podium, and he's got it on the podium. Lovely move from Luke Agnew to get in front of Robbie Buckley. Just as we said the man's name, he gets it done. Now what can Buckley do to fight back? That's the crucial thing. Will he be able to fight back? Luke Agnew currently with the fastest lap in this race as well, which it just seems to be a case of he has the pace of the Buckleys in front, but couldn't get past the other Buckley. No, seems like Agnew has the legs to pull away here from Robbie Buckley, and Buckley could be under pressure from Adam Holmes fairly soon. Adam Holmes, running an 813 of Oren Henry Racing, was second in the 2025 MI Junior X30 Championship with 1 win and 2 other podiums. Won the C plate in Junior Max, raced in the Rotax Championship as well, and won the T plate in Senior Max. Don't know why he did the T plate Senior and the C plate in Junior, but he won both of them, so who cares? Got a top 5 finish in, or at PFI I should say, in TVKC in 2025, and he's a 3-time IWF finalist. He raced in the World OKN Arrive and Drive in Malaysia as well, which is one of the cooler things written in the notebook for today, racing go-karts in Malaysia. Now he's racing in County Kilkenny. Jack Buckley has been given a 5-second time penalty, meaning that is the race win effectively gone. Well, unless Tig drops back 5 seconds. But Jack Buckley, number 801, has been given a 5-second time penalty. He would still finish second, but would lose the win to his brother on his debut. Tyke Buckley won this morning, or just lost this morning's heat, I should say, by 0.01. And Jack Buckley's put the hammer down here, but I would be shocked if he could pull 5 seconds in a minute and 10. Jack Buckley is a brilliant driver, but I'm not even sure Mr. Verstappen himself could do that. There'll be just about 3 more laps. The gap is 1.5 between Jack and Tyke Buckley. Luke Agnew still in third, ahead of Robbie Buckley, Adam Holmes, Sean Hogan, Michaela Hart. No further penalties have been handed out, so we have one for Emer Carey, which is a 3 seconds, and a 5 seconds for Jack Buckley. And look, albeit it's been dominance today from both Buckleys, but when we go to another circuit, it could very easily be dominance from someone else. Jack Buckley losing the win here could be crucial in an IAME X30 Senior Championship endeavour. It wasn't quite our X30s that came down to such minuscule points last season. The Senior Maxes did in Rotax, and it was only a handful of points really. Could be crucial. 1.9 the gap now. And yeah, Jack Buckley got the penalty for accelerating too early at the start. And to be honest, it's very much justified, because if you cast your eyes back, folks, you would have remembered that he had the choice of his own line into the first corner. And the steward's argument there will be, well, you avoided all the chaos because you jumped the start. There's your penalty. Last lap for Jack Buckley and Tyke Buckley. And I tell you what, the story of the day is how excellent Tyke Buckley has performed on his maiden Senior X voyage. Wins last season in Junior X30. But moving up to race against the big names of IAME racing in Ireland is a different feat. The double champ won't take the win today unless Tyke Buckley backs off for the final sector, but I don't think he will. Jack Buckley will come home second after receiving a penalty. It'll be the younger of the two. The future is now. Tyke Buckley wins in IAME X30 Senior. Luke Agnew comes home in third to stop the three amigos from sharing the podium, the three Buckleys. Adam Holmes in fifth, Sean Hogan in sixth, Michaela Hart, Ronan Hennessy, Jamie English, Aaron Murray, Rory O'Connor, Shane Crosby, Warren Russell, Jack Craughwell, Emer Carey, Daniel Kavanagh, Josh Allen, and unfortunately Shane O'Neill into the pits with a suspected puncture. Tyke Buckley, a moment he will remember. Didn't take the win on the road, would like to take the win on the road. It doesn't matter how you score the goal, it's once it goes in. It doesn't matter how you win the race, once you win it, to some extent. But Tyke Buckley has won it. And that, folks, concludes the opening round of IAME action. You may be thinking, I thought we had a lot more. We do. It's the finals for the second round of RMC coming up, folks. We have Micro, Mini, Junior, Senior, and Senior 177 coming up soon. Stick around. So now it is Micro Max time here, with Ben Daly starting on pole position alongside Harry Lee. Cooper Devant in third and Ollie McKiernan in fourth. Michael Darcy in fifth. Dawson Jones in sixth. Robbie Lyons in seventh. Ollie Williamson in eighth. Mason Monaghan in ninth. Ryan Spratt in 10th. Alex Murray, Ben Nicholson and Noah Cassels. And now towards the line. A good old Micro Max wave around. And we had one straggler down the back, hence the wave around. So Ben Daly on pole in the 141 of Daly Motorsport from Cork, and alongside him Harry Lee, a man of very few words. He'd remind you of a modern Kimi Räikkönen. But by that, it's not just a few words, it's the world's champion ability as well. This could be a very entertaining race. Here we come then towards the tram lines. Daly inside, Lee outside. And now we accelerate. It's a great start for Ben Daly, just what he wanted. And Cooper Devant has got ahead of Harry Lee, and so has Ollie McKiernan. Lee is down to fourth on the race start, but that is that horrid outside line for you. Lee actually down to fifth position, and it looks like, is it Dawson Jones who's got past him as well? Not quite Michael Darcy. Darcy is challenging Lee, but can't quite get past just yet. So a cracking race start for Ben Daly, who is off and away at the front, using all that exit curb, and then they slipstream their way down after him. Ben Daly leads ahead of Cooper Devant and Ollie McKiernan. Ollie Williamson it is ahead of Harry Lee. The Oran Henry racing machine submerged in a sea of blue, and he's looking to try and get past Ollie Williamson ASAP. But Ben Daly is gone. Has pulled a gap, and it looks like this could be a fight for second, bar any errors for Ben. But you can never call a motor race too soon. We saw what happened in some of the races earlier on, especially the likes of Liam O'Hagan. So Ollie McKiernan getting ahead of Cooper Devant in the green helmet. And this is where it could get tasty. Ollie McKiernan started a little bit down the order. Due to spinning before the race even got started in heat number 3. But we all make mistakes. Ollie has the pace to fight for this one, and this could be a fight between Ben Daly and Ollie McKiernan. It was Harry Lee who beat McKiernan in Nutt's Corner, with Ben Daly in third. The two hot shots are back at it. Ollie Williamson has been dispatched. Lee is in front, and Lee is looking to get past Cooper Devant here as well. And Cooper Duvant takes the defensive line down towards the first corner, and here comes Ollie McKiernan looking for the race lead on Ben Daly, but not able to make it stick just yet. And Harry Tiley tries to lunge one down the inside, but didn't pay off in the OHR kart. The O-plate winner, Harry Tiley, of course, running that O-plate instead of the number. That is the Irish Open plate race that took place in Watergrass Hill last July. Towards the end of it was a beautiful sunny day. A bit like today has turned out weather-wise, nice and sunny, cold but sunny. I'm sure those who have been stood outside all day will totally disagree with me, but that's a point for later. Now, good lap from Ben Daly has extended the gap a little bit to Ollie McKiernan, and Harry Tiley has got up, or he hasn't quite got alongside. I thought he was alongside Cooper Duvant into the first corner, but he'll stay behind. To run you through the rest of the field, Ollie Williamson 5th, Michael Darcy in 6th, Dawson Jones in 7th, Mason Monaghan in 8th, Robbie Lyons in 9th, then it is Alex Murray, Ryan Spratt, Ben Nichols and Noah Cassells. Both McKiernan and Tiley both not able to find a way past those who they are fighting with. There's 2.5 minutes plus 1 lap left in this Micro Max race. Mini Max coming up after this will be 9 minutes plus a lap in a slightly longer match. Harry's dad Philip on the pit wall, encouraging Harry as always. And this is the closest that Ben Daly and Ollie McKiernan have been. You can see them exiting the chicane. Only a handful of tenths to separate the two in our youngest field of racers here at the second round of RMC. Ollie McKiernan would love to go one better than Nuts Corner and be able to take the win, and he's into the slipstream here, down towards the first corner. Ollie McKiernan is making the move, and down the inside goes McKiernan. Is he able to pull it off in the exit of the corner? Yes, he is. It's a beautiful move from Ollie McKiernan to take the race lead. The boy man is out in front. And back down the inside. Oh, what a lunge from Ben Daly. His dad to be proud of that one. What a move. That is how you overtake a go-kart. The 141 came from a mile back to take that. And now do we have a fight in our hands. Ollie McKiernan versus Ben Daly. Here we go then, back down the start-finish straight once again. It is still Daly leading McKiernan in what's been an unbelievable micro. A warning to Ryan Spratt. Harry Tiley looking to try and get third place. It's a bit of a two-horse race for the win here. And Harry Tiley now on the outside of Cooper Duvant, and couldn't just get under him. You want the inside through that section of track, just couldn't quite get there. We'll have one more lap after this one, and I'm sincerely hoping it's to the standard of the lap before this one, with the two massive moves from the front here. So, rounding for the final corner, can Ollie McKiernan or Ben Daly take their first Micro Max win? Still Daly in front. Will McKiernan return the favour into the left-hander? Oh, he's looked for it to be fair, but couldn't get it done. Hairpins it's going to have to be for Ollie McKiernan if he wants to try and win. Harry Lee tucked in behind. Cooper Duvant still, and Duvant running very Euro with a tinted visor. Just about staying in front. McKiernan's got a great run here on the race leader, Ben Daly. And is it going to be down the inside for Ollie McKiernan? Tried to V off the corner, but it looks like it's going to be just enough. Pure racing commitment from Ben Daly. He turned around, he told McKiernan, I'm not losing today. And it will be a first Micro Max win for Ben Daly. Up and across the line. Ollie McKiernan in second. Cooper Duvant in third. Then it will be Harry Lee in fourth. Michael Darcy, the leading novice. He's the only novice, but he's the leading one, in fifth. Dawson Jones in sixth. Ollie Williamson, Mason Monaghan, Rian Spratt, Robbie Lyons, Alex Murray, Ben Nicholson, and Noah Cassels. Once again, folks, Micro Max racing is some of the best you can watch. Class, proper class. Ben Daly take a bow. That is move of the day. We've more coming up, folks. Mini Max, and that should be another barnstormer, because who knows who's going to win that. We have had multiple karts quickest all day. The Rotax Mini Max final is coming up shortly. Rotax Mini Max out for their warm-up lap, and it is Oliver Meredith on pole position with Danny Murphy alongside. Ethan Robinson in third, Corey Lyons in fourth. Jaden McElhenney in fifth, Jude Duvant in sixth, Isaac Ford in seventh, Ben Lalu in eighth, Jack Miller in ninth, Freddie Turkington in 10th, and Connor Keown, Mitchell Campton, Evan McClahary, Billy Green, Hugh Richardson, Oren Hendry, Lily Mae McGuckin, and Alex O'Neill. So, Ollie and Danny up the front, Ethan and Corey right behind. We're going to be waved off here, I think, as we have one straggler behind, unless they don't allow him to catch up. No, wave around given. Yeah, that's only fair. Only fair. If you give it for one class, you have to give it for the rest. But the Carrick-on-Shore Motor Club do a really excellent job at the officiating here. So the wave around being given. So Ollie Meredith at the front this time last year. Well, Kiltorcan's opening round of RMC last year took the win in very wet conditions after an excellent strategy choice. It's bone dry here, but he is the favourite and is looking to go back-to-back with 2 wins to start the season. Is it Meredith's day as we are all together now? Look like we are ready to go racing. Into the tram lines, all 4 wheels within, and we accelerate, and it's a great start on the outside for Danny Murphy, but we know how tricky that line is, and Ollie Meredith gives him the shoulder, and Corey Lyons is able to follow through, or Ethan Robinson I should say. Corey Lyons is still there as well, but does remain in 4th. It is Ollie Meredith and Ethan Robinson up the front of this one. Robinson finished 8th in Nuts Corner, wants to right those wrongs. Some problems on the opening lap for Hugh Richardson, who is way down the back, but Ollie Meredith away at the front. Followed by Robinson, Murphy and Lyons. They all remain mostly as they were, bar the Robinson-Murphy swap. Jaden McElhenney, oh sorry, it's McElhenney who's in 4th, so Corey Lyons down to 6th position with another bad start. Isaac Ford is up to 5th. Still can't get used to the new colours of Jaden McElhenney's kart. We watched so many fantastic battles between himself and Lyons last season. So, still Ollie Meredith out in front, followed by Ethan Robinson. But Robinson seems to have the bit between his teeth here, and he's looking to catch up. Ethan Robinson of Lisburn, racing for DMS in what is a fantastic DMS Mini Max effort. And fastest lap on the last lap did go towards Ethan Robinson, 51.2. Meredith did a 51.2 as well, but Robinson's just slightly quicker. Seems like this could be a shootout between the top 2 for the final win here. Big points on offer nonetheless for both of these drivers, who, dare I say, 2 of the favourites for the championship. I think it's fair enough to say 2 of the favourites for the championship given the pace displayed here today. Battle for 3rd continuing between Danny Murphy and Jaden McElhenney, who barrels down the inside. Beauty of a move. McElhenney is in front now, and Jaden McElhenney up and ahead and into 3rd place. Can he try catch his teammate and his newfound rival Ollie Meredith? Ollie's father Nicky, responsible for the fabulous Ineos system that has been newly introduced to Motorsport Ireland karting. And Ollie slowly building a list as long as your arm of achievement. 2nd in the 2024, or or third, I should say, in the 2024 Mini Max Championship with 1 win and 4 podiums. Was second in the 2024 IGP at Nuts Corner. And second in the T-Plate as well. Back in 2024. So just over 5 minutes to go in this one, under 5 minutes to go in this one, plus 1 lap. And it is Ollie Meredith still leading from Ethan Robinson. Third position, Jaden McElhenney, then Danny Murphy. Jack Miller in 5th, Corey Lyons, Jude Duvant. No, Isaac Ford, just Pippin Duvant. Then Lalou, McCloughery, Turkington, Keown, Green, Campton, Hendry, McGuckin and Richardson. Ethan Robinson with a long list of achievements as well. He's won NIKA and TKC championships in Bambino. Raced in the British IAME Championship as well as winning an IGP in Cadet. But he's just not quite able to get under the skin of Ollie Meredith here to try and overtake him. It's a track Ollie loves, this Kiltorcan Raceway, given his success here in recent years. Jude Duvant and Isaac Ford are going at it in the fight for 7th. Duvant just ahead of Ford. Duvant in the number 244 and Isaac Ford in the number 230 from Dunedee Antrim. A privateer, but you certainly wouldn't know it with the effort put into the kart and preparation. Was 4th in this championship last season with 1 podium. And that boy novice cadet winter champion in 2024. Won the Northwest Plates in 2025 and succeeding in judo as well, would you believe? That last time I checked was an orange belt holder. Not sure if he's gone up or down. He'd be too scared to ask with judo skills like that. 2.5 minutes to go. It is still Ollie Meredith at the front of this one. Coming up after this one, we have Junior Max and Senior Max to round out our day here in Kiltorcan, folks. But they're going to be 2 good races. That last Senior Max heat was something else, and Junior Max, as always, very entertaining. So definitely worth sticking around for them to conclude your Easter Sunday afternoon action from the Motorsport Ireland National Championships round number 1, live on Vantage Point Video. Ollie still in front. Not long to go now. Two laps after this one to go. Jaden McElhenney in 3rd has managed to pull 0.7 of a second over Danny Murphy, which could just be enough here. He's pulled a bit more than 0.7 now. So McElhenney, the Donegal man, running superb in today's action. So Ollie and Ethan, one last little bump to navigate, and that is a bit of lap traffic that they are approaching, which shouldn't be too much of an issue. Blue flags being waved as Lily Mae McGuckin. And Ollie's actually benefited off that. He's found another bit of a gap and will lead us on to the final lap. Only lapping 1/10 of his PB is Ollie Meredith, so it's exceptional consistency. PB is the fastest lap of the race with a 50.9. He's just done a 51 flat. Fastest lap in Nuts Corner is someone who we are missing here today, and that is Dara Deary. Dara was disqualified from Nuts Corner actually, but did have the fastest lap there. So here is Ollie Meredith circling through the final couple of corners. The number 202 comes around. It is an excellent Easter performance for Ollie Meredith, who has hunted his groove 2 from 2 in the Rotax Max Challenge in 2026. What a performance. Jaden McElhenney comes across in third, behind Ethan Robinson in second, Danny Murphy in fourth, and Jack Miller fifth, Jude Devant sixth, out of Corey Lyons, Evan McCloughery, Ben Lalu, Isaac Ford, Connor Keown, Freddie Turkington, and Billy Green, Mitchell Campton, Oren Hendry, Lily Mae McGuckin, and Hugh Richardson. But it is Ollie's day. What a magnificent drive from him. Had Ethan Robinson within a second of him for the whole race and just held his composure. That is what championship ambitions are built off. It is performances like that. And Ollie Meredith has a championship ambition now. 2 from 2 to start the season. The only one to do it so far. Will there be more? We will see. Junior Max coming up. Our second final race of the day, but we have 2 very good ones to conclude. It is our Rotax Junior Max final. And it is TJ McKay on pole. Hasn't won a heat, but has shown very good pace. Wesley Brereton in second, Charlie Condy Bit of Pierre Carnet, then Liam O'Hagan, Jesse Ray McCauley, Ben O'Keefe, Zach Battersby, Ethan Barnwell, Mitchell Elliott, Sam McHugh, and Nathan Hennessy. So McKay and Brereton on the front row, Condy Carnet, row 2. Keep an eye on them down towards turn number 1. As they enter in towards the tram lines, TJ McKay gets a very fast start, but it's a great start for Wesley Brereton, who looks to sweep round the outside. That is the most successful launch off the outside row I've seen, and Wesley Brereton leads in towards turn number 4 for the first time. Pierre Carnet looking to get past Charlie Condy. But it is Brereton ahead of McKay. What a launch from Brereton. They were about neck and neck into the first corner, and Brereton just hooked it round the outside. A very experienced racer at this level is Wesley Brereton, and you could tell by that manoeuvre at the first corner. Carnet, O'Hagan, McCauley, Battersby, Keefe, Elliott, Barnwell, McHugh, Hennessy. Don't rule out Liam O'Hagan. That cart is fixed. He had exceptional pace this morning, and in heat 3 when it all went wrong for him. So this race 10 minutes plus 1 lap. We have 8.5 of it to go. Plus that lap, of course, and TJ McKay is putting Wesley Brereton under an enormous amount of pressure in towards turn number 1. And Wesley Brereton just about staying in front. Will there be a lunge from McKay in towards the right-hander? No, there won't. TJ McKay stays behind. And TJ McKay, went for the move on Brereton, but Brereton stays in front. And Wesley Brereton is looking to hold on to this one here, but has a long time to do it. In 3rd and 4th, Carnet, Condy, O'Hagan is your running order. Pierre Carnet just up in front of Charlie Condy now. One of 2 Condy racers, brother Archie also racing. And not here today, but does race. Scored a podium in the opening round of the season, which of course was an amalgamation with the Ulster Karting Club. But still Wesley Brereton out on top here. And McKay is under pressure now. Pierre Carnet. McKay, Carnet. Where are they? It's Carnet in front. And TJ McKay shaking his head down towards the first corner, not happy with something. Now it is the Frenchman's turn to put Wesley Brereton under pressure. Pierre Carnet, who raced everything in 2025, Tillotson, raced Junior Max both north and south in RMC and UKC. Big move down the inside. Liam O'Hagan has just got past TJ McKay, and the pole sitter is falling down the order here. Liam O'Hagan up to 3rd now and looking to avenge his losses. Was leading heat number 3 earlier on and crashed. Took a wheel off, and Liam O'Hagan is looking to make sure that he is happy going home. Look how close these 4 are running with 4.5 minutes to go. So Carnet real close to Brereton, almost pushing him through the corners. Just has exceptional pace today, this Pierre. Has run a lot of laps around, and that's a move down the inside by Liam O'Hagan. Gives the Frenchman a nudge, but Pierre Carnet is not going to give up that easy. Hangs it round the outside. O'Hagan had to back out, and now Liam O'Hagan is under a lot of pressure from Condy behind. Or from McKay, I should say. Condy in 5th. And in towards this right-hander. No moves from any of them. It's going to be a 8-way fight at the front, with the likes of Zach Battersby and Ben O'Keefe latching on to the back of this leader train now. This is proper Junior Max racing. There's contact, and that's a spin. And is that Condy that's gone round? It could have been, and now there's more nudging and tussling, and they're all free wide into the final corner. And your top 2 have come out, or no, where is Pierre Carnet? Pierre Carnet is leading. Wesley Brereton behind, TJ McKay, O'Hagan, Condy. Pierre's got it done. Wesley's got to try and get back in front now. As here they come in through the hairpin. Pierre Carnet leading, Wesley Brereton 2nd. Then it's TJ McKay, Liam O'Hagan, and Charlie Condy. It was Jesse Ray McCauley, not Condy, that spun round that time. So Charlie Condy still in contention. So the Frenchman Pierre Carnet leading 12th in the championship last season, but only did 2 rounds of Rotax action. He could take his first win here today. Wasn't in the top 10 in Nuts Corner. What a result this would be. 2 minutes and 40 plus 1 lap to go, but it is a real close battle behind. Liam O'Hagan is looking to get back past TJ McKay. And McKay just about doing enough defensively. Pierre Carnet, excellent at the front. Pulling a gap, doesn't have the fastest lap of the race. That belongs to Liam O'Hagan. And McKay and O'Hagan probably could do it getting past Brereton here. It's such a brilliant sport for the way it ebbs and flows throughout the contest. Wesley Brereton was miles in front ages ago. Now he is the one holding them all up. A warning for Zach Battersby. Brereton being pushed through the corners now by TJ McKay. And McKay pushes Brereton, which backs him up a little bit. So O'Hagan gives him a slap behind. What a battle. What a contest in Junior Max. Pierre Carnet's checked out in front. And there goes O'Hagan. O'Hagan is through on TJ McKay. And McKay is through as well, so that's Brereton falling to 4th. So Pierre Carnet comfortable out in front, TJ McKay 2nd, then Liam O'Hagan and Wesley Brereton. O'Hagan is still going to be looking for 2nd here. It's not done by any stretch. .30 seconds plus 1 lap to go. We will have 2 more trips round Kiltorcan Look, here comes Liam O'Hagan, trying it down the inside, but wasn't able to make the move on TJ McKay. And TJ just about doing enough to defend. This really has been an exceptional fight. And we only have more carnage coming up later on, as the Senior Maxes will be out for their final, and the 177s. Is Liam O'Hagan able to get past? Not quite. And there we go, he's passed. Liam is passed. Easy as you like. A hint of sarcasm in that, I hope you can detect, folks. It's taken him the whole race as he's on to the last lap. And is TJ McKay able to get back past? No, too far, I think. Still too far. But what a performance this has been for our race leader. Pierre Carnet started the day on top in heat number 1. Kept it consistent, kept his cool, and now it's Alain Le Bleu as the Frenchman come down the final corner, and he is going to win in Junior Max for the first time. What a result for Pierre Carnet. Second for Liam O'Hagan. TJ McKay comes home in third. Wesley Brereton in fourth, and it will be Zach Battersby in fifth, ahead of Ben O'Keefe, Charlie Condy, Mitchell Elliott, Jesse Ray McCauley, Ethan Barnwell, Nathan Hennessy and Sam McHugh. What a brilliant race in Junior Maxes. We've one more coming up for you, folks. What a result for Pierre. Congratulations. Senior Max coming up next. So, one last race of the day, and it could be the most entertaining one. Rotax Senior Max and Senior Max 177. It is Daniel Kilpatrick on pole alongside champion Ruben Kernahan, Carter Mooney and Keith Burke on the second row, Ewan Miller and Dylan McDermott on row 3, Lincoln Bevan, Noah Taylor, row 4, Aaron Coogan, Joseph McMahon on row 5, row 6 is Ben Connolly and Daniel Spillane, Charlie Gardner, Sean Cooney, Hugo Coleman and Mark Quinn. Pole in 177, Sean Spratt with Ben McDowell alongside. Then it's Mark Shields, Anthony O'Connell, and the two Cherries at the back, Dennis Cherry and Brian Cherry. So Kilpatrick and Kernahan, Mooney and Burke. Keep an eye on McDermott as well as they enter the tram lines and now go racing here in Kiltorcan for the final time. Daniel Kilpatrick leads the opening lap, as we had one going slow towards the back, but Kilpatrick leads Kernahan, who leads Burke, who's just got it done on Mooney, but McDermott swings it round the outside of Mooney as well. In the 177s, it is Sean Spratt who leads through the first corner. Ruben Kernahan down the inside of Daniel Kilpatrick, and the lead is exchanging hands, but it is still Daniel Kilpatrick out in front, Ruben Kernahan in second, and now it is Carter Mooney and Burke, with Dylan McDermott falling just that little bit behind once again. Ewan Miller in amongst them as well, but the battle for the lead rages on. There were 1 and 2 in this order, Daniel Kilpatrick and Ruben Kernahan in Nuts Corner. Ruben would like to change that. Sean Spratt leads in 177 ahead of Ben McDowell, the order they have been running for most of the day. So still Daniel Kilpatrick in the race lead, ahead of Ruben Kernahan. In second, the champion, and Carter Mooney is involved in this as well. Down through the first corner they come. There's 9 minutes plus a lap to go. This was an 11-minute plus 1 lap intended for race, and if we could get 11 minutes like we got in heat number 3, I would be very pleased. Yellow flags are out. We have one stopped out on track. Driver is out of the kart and A-OK. Race start under investigation. Message from the stewards, and that is Dylan. Is that McDermott ahead of Kernahan? No, it isn't. Ruben is a new race suit. That's going to take some getting used to. It is still Ruben Kernahan in second, but Carter Mooney is pushing him all the way here. Dylan McDermott in fourth in the O plate, still trying to catch up. Sean Spratt still leading in 177. Mark Shields up to second though. Ben McDowell in third. Second would be well enjoyed by Cavan man Mark Shields, who was ninth in the championship last season. Been racing for 5 years, was the senior Rotax 180 TKC champion twice. 180 being their equivalent of R177. As they were in Senior Max 162. Fastest lap of the race belongs to Ruben Kernahan in this one. But he just cannot find a way past Daniel Kilpatrick. It's been the theme of the finals. So close, but yet so far for our second place runners. Now further down the field, both Joseph McMahon and Charlie Gardner have got ahead of Aaron Coogan from Kilkenny, local racer. Quite a few Kilkenny drivers across different Irish karting championships. A lot in Tillotson, but Aaron Coogan representing here. Looks a bit like Henry Shefflin, to be fair. Dylan McDermott holding up a train here. That consists of Ewan Miller, Noah Taylor, Keith Burke, Lincoln Bevan. But nobody able to find a way past. Ewan Miller was looking to hook under the inside of Dylan McDermott. Wasn't able to do so. And Noah Taylor being pushed and shoved in this mid-pack fight. Still being pushed and shoved in this mid-pack fight. And they're all swapping and exchanging positions. Bevan, Connolly, Gardner all involved in it. Dylan McDermott, he has got a bit of breathing room. Lincoln Bevan got ahead of Keith Burke. So Burke now down to 8th position. It's still Daniel Kilpatrick at the front of this one with 5 minutes plus 1 lap to go. In our final race of the day here at Kiltorcan Raceway, County Kilkenny, for the opening round of the IAME Championships and second round of RMC. Just feels like Ruben is getting that little bit closer, which he is. He's got another 10th out of the race leader. Oh, really late in the brakes for Ruben Kernahan. He's getting so close to Daniel Kilpatrick in the number 420. 401, number 1 for champion, says Ruben. I'm coming to get you. Carter Mooney just sitting behind, hoping and praying that something goes wrong for the two in front, and he's able to snatch the win. So round they come. Under 4 minutes now to go. Still Daniel Kilpatrick in the race lead. He's looking to repeat what Ollie Meredith did earlier and go 2 for 2 at the start of the RMC season. No other class. It was done in no other class, I should say. Ruben Kernahan is coming under increasing pressure from Carter Mooney here. Does Carter feel that he has a part to play in the race win script from Dromara, County Down, racing for DMS, second in the championship last season with 2 wins and 2 podiums. It's the 2024 Motorsport Ireland Senior Max champion. It is all fairly status quo for now, though. No real gains or changes. There is down the field as Noah Taylor and Charlie Gardner both getting past Ewan Miller and Lincoln Bevan. So Noah Taylor now finds himself in 4th on the Praga chassis, and then it is Charlie Gardner behind him. Charlie had his fair share of troubles today, so a strong result, well appreciated, I'm sure, in the Gardner tent. Daniel Kilpatrick just starting to pull a gap once again. Did his fastest lap 2 laps ago. Went faster than Kernahan the last lap. And it seems like confidence is starting to build for the race leader. Behind the top 3, it is still McDermott, Taylor, Gardner, Miller, Bevan, Connolly, McMahon. Your top 10 in the terms of the 177. Daniel Kilpatrick has just been given a 3-second penalty for being out of the tram lines. And that is race win gone for Daniel Kilpatrick. How heartbreaking is that? Has driven excellently, but it is a penalty for Daniel. And now the fight is between Ruben Kernahan and Carter Mooney. 2 laps to go. Charlie Gardner got past Noah Taylor in a nice move at the hairpin. In terms of our 177 race, Sean Spratt leads by a monumental margin, 5.5 seconds over Ben McDowell, and who's 4/10 ahead of Anthony O'Connell in the fight for second. Now, the message would have been communicated to them on the electronic notice board that Daniel Kilpatrick has a penalty, and Carter Mooney now is going for what is the effective race lead. The Dramara man's in front of the champion. Carter Mooney with 1 lap to go now, head down, needs every ounce of straight line speed because they are fighting for the effective race win. What can Ruben respond with? It's not looking like much unless it's a lunge into the hairpin once again, but Ruben Kernahan hot on the heels of Carter Mooney. Both champions in their own rights. Will it be a lunge from Ruben to see off the day here in Kiltorcan? This is where Carter got it done on the last lap. He goes defensive. Ruben Kernahan tries to hook the card up, but he just doesn't have enough grip. Daniel Kilpatrick held on excellently, but it will be a penalty that will be his demise. Carter Mooney comes across the line to take the win in Kiltorcan ahead of Ruben Kernahan. What a result for Carter. Dylan McDermott comes home in 4th. Daniel Kilpatrick will still be on the podium. Jack Miller in 5th, then Ben Connolly, Joseph McMahon, Noah Taylor, Charlie Gardner and Keith Burke to round out the top 10. Lincoln Bevan in 11th ahead of Aaron Coogan, Sean Cooney, Mark Quinn, Hugo Coleman, Sean Spratt, who now comes across the line to take the win in 177. The new man to beat, the returning man to beat, is Sean Spratt. Ben McDowell comes home in 2nd, ahead of Anthony O'Connell in 3rd. Then it'll be Mark Shields, Brian Cherry, and unfortunately 2 retirees, 1 from each of our categories. Dennis Cherry in 177 and Daniel Spillane in Senior Max. Well, folks, what an Easter Sunday that was of pure high-octane action at round number 1, event number 1, I should say, of the Motorsport Ireland National Kart Championships, 2nd round of Rotax, 1st of IAME. Some excellent winners throughout the day, and a big congratulations to all drivers on entertaining us here. A big thanks to all our sponsors, of course, and the Carrick Unsure Motor Club for organising today's event. Motorsport doesn't happen without volunteers and stewards, as we all know. So a massive congratulations to the drivers, and a massive thank you to all who have took part. On the camera today for Vantage Point Video, Senan O'Connor. Please make sure to subscribe to Vantage Point Video. They will be back for more throughout the Motorsport Ireland karting season. My name's been Evan Dalton. It's a pleasure to be alongside you. Slán go fóill.